Default's bad. It's dog shit. Turn off the computer. Default's bad. It's dog shit.
Yeah, that song's always like not as long as I think. But what are you gonna do? It's time for big opinions. True, Vault Boy, and I'm relying on you to transport them to me. We're back, painting roses, and then message retracted. Can I see what the message was if I'm a moderator? Hold on, let me look. Oh, I can't? I feel like I should be able to see messages people retracted. Not necessarily to act upon them. I'm just curious. Great Flats Magic Night. Oh yeah, SJ Arcade. You know what? It happens to be that on YouTube you can, Taxi Stock. That was a YouTube comment. Anyway, SJ Arcade. There was a Flats Magic Night Wednesday, 2 days ago. And it was pretty good. We had, what did we have? We had 6 people and 2 watchers. Sometimes 3 watchers. And it was the first one, and I was hoping with the first one...
Good job, King.
With the first one, I was hoping that we could get maybe 2 pods. And we got maybe 2 pods. I feel like as we keep doing them, people will realize they're happening, you know? Next stop, 2 4s, you know? Anyway, she was pretty good. Iosteen, thanks for the big prime, 30 months, much time. Yeah, many edition change. I'm kind of waiting for the next edition change to be TH, but anyway, thanks for the prime. Obi Watts, thanks for the Obi and the Watts for tier 1, 47. Big streaker too, 37-ounce streak, nice. Bone in. Big day for YouTube chatters who mistype, aka me. Don't worry, minor spelling mistake. Final Fantasy 14, you know. Anyway, Commander Night was nice. Looking forward to the next one. I think we'll have more people too. If you're available, Commander, you might be interested to try. Yeah. We're like trying to do the Discord, schedule it on Discord thing. I bet everybody just like hides notifications of all sorts, but yeah, we'll be doing it Wednesdays. Not every Wednesday, but as scheduled. Community outreach. Yeah, tabletop simulator. So that whoever wants to can just do it. And people can bring bring their funny decks, you know. Or test stuff out. Try something out. You learn the power of dismiss into dream. Orobi at home. Dude, that card, I threw it in there on a whim because I'm like, oh, this card's funny. If I somehow manage to pay 7 entire mana at sorcery speed for dismiss into dream, then Thassa can pay 4 in machine gun stuff. Like, that's funny. I feel like it's a unreasonable card. Like, totally tap out in a blue deck as a sorcery. Nobody's, like, killing you. 4 is even still a lot to kill creatures. Someone can just naturalize it. And so those were all the things going on in my head. And then in that game, I played it, and 3 30-year-olds didn't have $100 between them, and it just took over the game, and it was over. It became oppressive because no one could deal with it. And for a long time, I didn't even have a counter to protect it. But sometimes that happens in Commanders games, you know. Sometimes stuff that's like greedy and win more and overreaching and risky everyone just like happens not to be able to deal with it, and then suddenly it's oppressive. Like that's the nature of the format, I guess, in a way. Fellow wizards, true. Well, greeting, stranger. I'm not surprised to see your kind here. Oh, a necromancer. Need to go back to work for troubleshooting? Hey, don't worry about it. You can't understand the lyrics. It's saying it's a D4, like Diablo 4. It's the Diablo 4 bad song. There's like a billion of them. People make meme songs out of D4 bad. And it's funny. So I'm like, hey, every time I'm gonna play PoE, I guess the intro song is the D4 bad song, you know. I know it's interesting, but you recently got into Flesh and Blood. You've been really enjoying it. Nice. Yeah, I heard about Flesh and Blood, but I never looked into it. I'm like very happy with Magic, and Lord knows I can't afford a second card game. Jesus, you know. And so there it is. D4 was mid. Certainly not as influential.
Good job, King.
As Shen Mugen, the fighter. Some Norwegian dude, thanks for the tier 3. That's a huge tier. And thanks for the huge amount of months. Man, some Norwegian dude keeping the lights on in the wizard tower. Thanks a lot. You were just about to say, imagine having the money for 2 CCGs eventually. We got there. Selling all your Magic stuff is how you afford Warhammer again. Hey, that's the beauty of Magic. You get all of your funds worth out of your cards over the course of 10 years, 20 years, whatever. And then when you finally sell them, you're actually up money. Even factoring in inflation. So that's kind of powerful. Few hobbies can do that. You're enjoying the new Soulblight Gravelord's Battle Tome. The Army of Renown is really fun, and the new models have you excited. You know, that Battle Tome has me a little excited painting roses. It could be a fluke, in which case it's not, but, you know, Hopium, it could be a sea change. We got through all the Battle Tomes that they wrote 3 years ago, and now we're getting to the new ones where they're making them good, you know? Could be that. You buy 1,000 cards and sleeves for $20 and 30 and print for free, so you pump the money saved into drafting and Warhammer. Sounds good to me. Magic actually safer than stocks? Yes, it is. SJ Arcade. And Magic financiers have known that for 25 years. Thank you, Reserve List, for making my Magic collection better than the stock market. Even if you ignore the recent tumultuous nonsense, we'll say, that's happening. My Magic stocks are still doing better than my portfolio. Anyway, good shit. Is it finally time to get off the fucking intro stream? Blipkin Blippa. In not a Walmart, looks like a Japanese 7-Eleven. However cute her gun-toting self is. What take are we on? Just joined. Take number 0. We're getting through the intro, settling in, yapping. You know, we'll get the takes coming when they come. Friend or traitor. Your hopium is that Ogres get a Cathay range quality refresh. My hope is that Ogres get a Slaves to Darkness quality. I want to aim high. Maybe not Slaves to Darkness, because Slaves to Darkness, that's a different beast, you know? It's a different beast. Because Slaves to Darkness aesthetic is virtually perfect. I mean, you could quibble about a thing or two, right? But Slaves to Darkness, in their essence, their theme, Fridge Frazetta, black armor and red capes and fluffy collars and shit, like, it's just peak, you know? And what do? Well, when you have a good thing going, you don't mess it up. And so all they really had to do with the Slaves to Darkness refresh was upgrade the poly count, make it look like PS5 instead of PS3, right? With Ogres, I could do for a theme refresh as well, unlike STD. So there, I guess that's I'm walking it back now. The Monkey's Paw Curls, Ogres get a new range, and they are rolled into Chorfs. Oh, they're like Chorf slaves then? That'd be funny. I'm laughing. HeyWoah intro is still better than some of the anime intros you've seen. I mean, some anime intros are super good. I used to do the Bateman walking ones, and I put actual effort into like 2 of them. Remember those days? Remember when I had time in my life to edit Bateman music videos? Oh, that was fun. How carefree I was back then. The Forbidden Bateman edit, yeah. The Forbidden Bateman edit with, the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, goofy ass looking American anime written by theater kids in a bad way? Has Been Hotel, yeah. The Has Been Hotel one. That shit was funny, but it was only topical. You gotta explain the joke now, and that doesn't work. Back when AOS had content and news and was fun to build lists for and play. I mean, AOS is plenty fun to play. That's not a complaint. Don't worry about it. The Wakaga is so damn funny to you. You know what? Let's do it. For old time's sake, just the intro, okay? Just the intro, for old time's sake. Damn, that was fun. Remember when we used to have fun? Holy. You know, if there's not much AOS to do, I should start pumping the streaming. I gotta do some more of those. We gotta bring back the good old days, you know? It's a good formula. Oh, Wednesday, my dude, intros? Jesus. Imagine. Remember fun? Damn, remember fun? You've been saying Grungni faction tomorrow for 9 years, and now we're getting Chorfs. I can't be wrong. Grungni's just the day after tomorrow. Yeah, same with Shadow Elves. They're on the way. Mechrat says, my guess is that BCR gets a few new monsters and maybe a Yeti. Then we get a bunch of gut blessed or new models and updates. When you lost your job and went back to school, Kaladesh Inventions paid for a year's tuition. I don't know if I recently, that kind of prices increase happened, but it really helped you out at the time. Yeah, yeah. Very similar thing for me. I started playing Magic when The Dark came out, and so I got to sell. I got to sell a lot of beta cards, and I still have beta cards, the good ones, in a safe deposit box in the bank, and then like a shoebox of Commander playables. But that's just about all I have left. I used to have way more. The VTubers got HeyWoah too. When I'm feeling particularly lazy and or slight headache and don't want a light shining in my eye and or gaming and chilling, I like to use Sandwich Ogre, if that's all right. I added 1 frame of animation to him. So, you know, we got that going. YouTube chat isn't on the stream. Yeah, I have a thing that's supposed to put it there, and sometimes it takes a little while to connect, and I gave it a long time during the intro, but it still hasn't. Apologies. Big Winter is a hero. Fyodor Big Winter. My soulbound character. Not to be too pedantic, but Grungni isn't Chaos Dwarves. That is true. I mean, if you're not Chaos, you can't really be Chaos Dwarves, right? Cho'Gathor is the hero we need but don't deserve. Yeah, that was last season. This is my first season warrior. Cho'Gathor, my favorite Star Wars character. I played a Titan on him. He was pretty fun. And then just some little crap to play with people who don't play very often. ICBM Chan. This season, I'm playing Actually Huge. He's a Smith of Kitava, and this class is dope. Smith of Kitava, this Ascendancy fucks. I'm really liking this Ascendancy. They knocked it out of the park. 7.9 out of 10, for sure. You're ludicrously tanky. Well, okay. You're ludicrously tanky for an armor wearer, and armor enjoyers are the least tanky things in the game, but still pretty sick. What game is this? Path to Exile 2, which I'm really enjoying. Almost no one else is. There's a gigantic community outcry for the most recent patch. I'm in the minority. I'm having a blast. Then again, I played Warrior last season, and what actually happened was they nerfed everyone else to be as weak as Warrior. And so for me, there was no difference. But for everyone else, they're incredibly slow and weak now. So hey, alright, I understand their perspective. The 4chan post in Discord, GW Giga Leaks chat, is that any shape or form legit? It is dude, trust me out of 10. That is to say, read the words, think about what the implications could be, but don't, like, it's not like an actual leak. Be like, oh, that'd be fun if that ended up happening to be true. You know, one of those kind of things. Is this the Totem one? No, that's the third Ascendancy, which I always forget the name of. It was I haven't played the Totem one. I'm not interested in totems. Summoning a totem feels a little too much like casting a spell. And if I want to cast spells, I'm going to be a nuclear bomb, you know? So I played Titan, that was fun, and this is Smith. I can't remember what the other one is called, but the other one's pretty good, though. It's not bad, it's just not my cup of tea, if you will. It's not like you have to play that Ascendancy if you want to use totems. You can use totems, you know, to your heart's content, generally. First draft of the 2026 Adepticon Flats Guide in the Discord. I was going to go over it on stream, maybe. But maybe I decided not to. I decided to go over if there would be a finalized version, I was going to go over that. And maybe closer to signups for Adepticon. But I plan on going over it on stream when I'm able. The one frame of animation makes Sandwich Ogre kind of cute. Yeah, I'm capable of giving him more frames of animation. But he's so MS Paint with the tiny goofy-ass hands, and he's just eating his little sandwich there with his dot eyes. I'm like, I think one frame actually fits the MS Paint look of it. I didn't want it to be smooth. It's supposed to kind of look shitty. That's its Socratic essence, or Platonic essence. SBGL tome stream at some point? Yeah, I'm thinking Monday. Go over the whole thing. I'll do some AOS. Lord Vladik, thanks for the big prime 40 months. Stree AM. 106.9. Stree AM. This ain't your grandma's music. Although, in another 10 years it will be. Because, classic rock keeps moving forward a decade right out from under me, it seems. And it'll happen to you. Is 50 Chaos Warriors too many for a 2,000 point army, or is it not enough? Both at the same time. If we're trying to be optimal, it's way too many. But that's kind of like a legendary thing to do, you know? Imagine having to chew through 50 Chaos Warriors. I don't think my army could do it, for instance. The 90s were 10 years ago, right? Yes, they are. The 90s were... They are, in perpetuity 10 years ago. Don't let anyone tell you different. When you played PoE 1, you were still consumed by your JoJo fervor, implying that you're not still. And you saw the one totem that copies your attacks. You thought Star Platinum and proceeded to make fist weapons and try maxing attack speed. Sweet. I never played PoE 1. Smith of Cortava does have a weapon copy ability. I'm not using it. Manifest weapon. It's interesting you bring that exact story up because the way that exists in PoE 2 is with this particular ascendancy. You can manifest weapon. And I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it essentially doubles your weapon, and your weapon like copies abilities you use supposedly and fights next to you, which sounds pretty sweet. But I'm not using it. I'm not using this either, which makes your hits, the next few hits you do, like high fire damage, or this thing which you can put like a fire spell inside another spell or a skill, so that when you use the skill, sometimes it shoots a fireball or whatever ability you want to. I didn't want to mess with all that. I just wanted to become ungovernable instead. Instead, I chose to be ungovernable, which is sort of the point of this class. You get modifiers to fire resistance also grant cold and lightning resistance, which means if you have the ability to just stack the shit out of fire resistance, it handles all of your resists, which is great for lazy people like me or people who are poor. So all you have to do is stack your FR and you can cap all 3 resists. Really good for gearing. And then modifiers to max fire resist also grant max cold and lightning resist. And so now, you know, on the tree we go and get all the, you know, maximum elemental resist, max, you know, elemental resist, stuff like that. Also, 1% to maximum fire resist for each 40% uncapped fire resist, and that does work. So for every 40 uncapped fire resist, your max fire resist goes up 1, and all your others go up 1 as well. It brings those along. And then body armor grants 25% of phys damage taken from hits as fire damage. So incoming damage becomes fire damage, and then you resist a lot of it. And then 20% strength because they're Titan's gripping. So you're impossibly huge, and you get all your resists for free. I'm chilling on 89% fire resist, 90% cold resist, 90% lightning resist, and capped chaos resist. So we are resisting the resistor. Ironically, Smith of Cortava, pretty low armor. Like there's not like a good way to get a shitload of armor. Actual armor in Smith of Cortava, which is a little ironic maybe. Or not ironic, but weird. But I wouldn't have it any other way, because this is way better than armor. You still have a lightning monk you got to finish playing. Please don't drag me back into it. Monk seems really good. I mean, I only know about Monk from Season 1. Season 1 Monk was absurd. Like, literal god. Completely invincible. Tons of damage. Probably the best class. The combination of evasion and energy shield in Season 1 meant you were virtually immortal. They probably toned that down. I don't know what it's like Season 2. You're also super fast. What else is funny about this thing? Oh yeah, other cool stuff. There's so many AoE nodes for Warrior. And so I'm trying to get them all. Oh, and it was this character where I learned that 90 is the highest resist you can get. There are actual nodes here. Max cold resist, max lightning resist. I pressed them, and it didn't increase. And that's how I learned that 90 is the highest you can get. You can't increase the max past 90. And that was the way I learned. Who knew? You haven't played any games like this except a game your dad had Sacred Gold, as in you have character in second person. Okay. Yeah, lots of nodes. I don't know if you're playing the game right, but you felt no matter how much you stacked your energy shield and dodge, every boss would smack you with their big move and you would just die. When a boss briefly glows red, that means they're hitting you with an unblockable. It's essentially like an unblockable in Street Fighter. You can't dodge it, you can't block it. You have to press your roll button when the boss turns red and does the red attack move. So that might be that explanation. Another explanation is in PoE 2, monsters just hit fucking hard. And they're all Usain Bolt. Monsters are just absolutely sprinting to swarm you. And shit does a lot of damage. And you're relatively slow. Missed a lot of streams recently. Glad to catch you live. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. I'm working on the quest. Cataclysm's Wake. I have to find these rare hidden corruption nodes, of which I've found 3, and here's the 4th one. And so I got to go towards the specific corrupted nodes. Well, actually, that's just a unique map. That's not it. But I have to find hidden corruption nodes and cleanse them. That's the new One of the new endgame things. Ooh. Citadel detected. I am not in any shape to fight pinnacle bosses at the moment, however. I'm too poor. You've always been curious about PoE 2. Character sheet reminds you of the overcomplicated one from the 2010s. Aoris. PoE 2, I mean, if you liked the Diablo franchise before it turned into 3 and 4, then you'll probably like Path to Exile. Here's the best way I can summarize it if you're a super nerd, okay? You remember when Dungeons and Dragons made 4th edition and everyone hated it? To the degree that there became a hole in the market that Pathfinder was invented to fill. And Pathfinder became a game and a company and successful because Dungeons and Dragons dropped the ball. That occurrence is the same thing when they made Diablo 3 after Diablo 2. And then a bunch of guys from Australia are like, what if we make Path to Exile? Like a real sequel to D2. And so it's the same thing, those two things. Yeah, this is the game that Elon Musk pretended to be really good at. But as it happens, he was giving a speech live and his character was logged in. So that was, clue number 1. And then he streamed himself play and he didn't know, it was clear he had never probably played the game before that moment. Which is kind of a pathetic thing to lie about, if I'm being honest. But I suppose that's neither here nor there. He played with his brain implant. Now you're thinking with portals. 4th is actually the best D&D, though. I couldn't disagree more. I really didn't like it. That's not the same as being bad. Wasn't a bad game at all. It felt like I was playing a tabletop RPG version of an MMO. When I was reading through D&D 4th edition and I played a game of it, it felt like I was playing tabletop WoW or tabletop EverQuest or tabletop Final Fantasy 11 or something like that. It felt like an MMO version of a tabletop game, which at the time I really didn't like. I probably would have liked it a lot if it was called World of Warcraft Wrath of the Table King, you know? But it just really did not feel Dungeons & Dragons like to me. Mr. Woe, have you tried Hackmaster? And, you know, I've never tried Hackmaster. I'm aware of it. But I've never played it. 5th doesn't feel like D&D to you? Same, yeah. They've lost their way. It's possible that I think the newest version of 5th edition is worse than the old one. Even. I really liked the... Speaking of game design, while we just look on stuff, I really like the what's it called system, the advantage disadvantage system. I think whoever came up with that mechanic was rather brilliant. The advantage disadvantage system was, in my opinion, the main really great idea that 5th edition came up with. That being said, a little too approachable. a little too fast to take off the shelf and start playing for new people. There's nothing really there for veterans. Too surface level, too shallow. There's no depth there for super autistic nerds, losers like me, to obsess over, you know. And it's, I don't know, you're playing it, it feels like I'm playing a Marvel, like Disney's Marvel's Dungeons and Dragons, a little bit. Like, it's kind of a superhero game, a little bit, and it turns me off a lot. But you have to understand just how fucking old I am. So, this is probably a lot of baggage, or coming from a place that just has a lot of baggage remembering the olden days, you know? With AD&D, and AD&D 2nd edition, and Player's Option, and the complete handbooks,
Good
and
job, King.
the Red Forgotten Realms book, box set, and everything. And I liked 3rd edition, and 3.5, and Savage Species, and Weeaboo Fight 10 Magic, and stuff. Just fine. Nice and crunchy. Crunchy became a bad word somewhere around the 2010s or something, because they think new players can't handle crunch, and maybe they can't from the point of sale, but it's a changing target audience that isn't me. So hey, all right. Walter Sotek. You know, this is a league game, Smokey. Anyway, thanks for the 12 months. Almost a year. I appreciate it. All right, glowing butterfly, where are we going today? What adventure will you be taking me on? Weeaboo Fight 10 Magic is the best book in 3.5. Oriental Adventures. She was sick. Wait, no, that was... Sorry, Weeaboo Fight 10 Magic was not Oriental Adventures. It was... like Sword of the Five Swords or something like that. What was that book actually called? The book was sick. Book of Nine Swords, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. Tomb of Battle... or Tome of Battle, the Book of Nine Swords. It wasn't Sword of Five Swords. I was kind of close. Long have I waited for another golden charm. Duration, shards, gain. Nope. Nope. It's cool, but it's not D&D. It's fine to be not D&D if you are a splat book that's some random side optional thing, in my opinion. That's where they're allowed to get a little creative and stray from the path, is for like random side books and optional stuff and goofy splats. If it's in the main book, then like the identity of the edition sort of shifts, which can be a negative thing. Doesn't have to be a negative thing, but... True Namer DC. Dude, True Name. The True Namer. Game design take, you like multiple D6s more than just a D20 due to the more realistic odds curve. Yeah, D20 really is flat, you know, all the way through. 10 per, like, you know, 10 is just as likely as 20, right? use D100 for skills, works way better. You would like AD&D. Ahem. We used to do, there used to be D100s, I think, for rogue skills, if I recall correctly. Back when rogues had a little more of a unique, unique identity, do not steal. Except the opposite of do not steal, because they were stealing, but I guess maybe you get the idea. I don't think this stream should be HeyWoah talks about old D&D versions, but hey, if you guys want to hear about it, that's fine. Alright, pop quiz hot shot. As far as I can remember, and there might be an exception to this, and then you guys will be able to one-up me. What's the only character class, and I'm talking not prestige class or anything like that, what's the only character class in D&D that starts with more than one die of hit point at level 1? So like, you know, wizards start at D4 and fighters start at D10. Well, there's one class that starts 2 die something from an official book. What was that class? And maybe there's another, and then you guys can one-up me, but I'm thinking of a particular one. It's not Ranger. Ranger is D8. Later D10. And I'm not talking current edition, I'm talking all editions. All editions base class. Something in 3.5? Nope. Elf 4D4. Dwarf. Oh, we're going back to when dwarf was a class. Let's go. I don't know original Dungeons and Dragons. That's old enough to even be before my time. I started playing in the 80s, so you might be right about dwarves and elves in original Dungeons and Dragons or chainmail or whatever. There's the boss. Everything else done? Oh yeah, but the expedition's right at the beginning. I'll do that at the end. The answer is monk. In the base version of AD&D, monk was a class, and you started with 2d4 HP. Trivia. Big guy, you were the lad that caught your random hulking hurler reference in the Slanesh stream. Let's go, the hulking hurler. Dude, hulking hurler. They were just throwing shit at the wall in 3.5, but I loved it, you know? The hulking hurler. Big Dino, Lord of the shit. I'm not going to hit both of them. Oh, maybe I am. Maybe I am. Big. I didn't think I'd hit both of them, but I forgot that I took every AoE node in the entire game, so we hit both of them. Massive. Dude, reading chat and playing this game is difficult. You're a huge unseen seer. Unseen seer is the most 3.5 D&D class ever. I loved that shit. It was so dumb and great. Unseen seer. What about the cancer mage? The cancer mage, where at level 10 you ascend and you ascend your mortal form. You no longer have a body, and you are a disease. Like you're a conscious, self-aware disease that can still cast spells and like spread among a population. Dude, 3.5 was awesome. Shout out to my barbarian dodeca chads. Who says barbarians aren't smart? Bro, they're tossing buckyballs all over the place. I'm looking for the 50% more. We might not have one. Nope. Okay. I'm always on the lookout for the ones that drop more expedition books. Rare monsters, magic monsters, yeah. Alright, this is not a great one. Quantity, number of magic monsters, yeah, not a great one. And sure, we'll get all these. There we go. All three.
Good job, King.
Well, good job, King. Did you besta? Thanks to the tier 3, 50 months, huge dude. YVM. People are hitting me with their game design takes, but we are on a... Is that it? I guess they were all close by. Yeah, fair enough. But we were on a D&D old versus new kind of sub-tangent. You played an awakened cat dragon fire adept? Sick. And like pretend to be someone's familiar. The old shibbity whoop. Take that. Play a little Tetris here. Perfect. Perfection. 100% inventory. Calculated. Magic of Incarnum in 3.5. I liked the... I probably remember that one. Trash. Well, it's a lot of cold damage. It's tier 6 cold damage. I will never want that or need that, though. Alright, what do you got? Ooh, oh, +3 to melee skills, big. Put that in the recombobulation chamber. There we go, huge. This goes in smalls. And another one of these. I could probably do Trials of Chaos today. That's 2. Old D&D better. Old D&D is easy because you can make anything. You go concept first and there's a way to get the end result. That's why I like Rifts. That's why I like Palladium Rifts. Despite its many flaws. Many flaws. But it has so many flaws, and the flaws are so stupid that it becomes endearing. And you can truly make anything in that game. What are your thoughts on old versus new D&D? You started with 4th, but you famously have an old heart and yearn for the crunch. Yeah. Early D&D was much more of a simulation. It was like a... It was a historical, and by that I mean like 1100s, 1200s, plus Renaissance, plus Lord of the Rings kind of simulation game for history nerds. And then by the time we got to like 3.5, it was Infinite Crunch. Infinite Crunch, the silly game, but for giga nerds and autists and stuff, and in a great way. And then it kind of became MMO TTRPG with 4th edition. And then it became, we have to be really family friendly and make everything almost like boringly generic and safe. And let anyone, I don't know, super shallow. A McDonald's cheeseburger that you can take off the shelf and play in 1 second without thinking too hard. But there's nothing really to bite into. You could always just make up your own shit. But it's kind of like Starfield, you know? Everybody loved making mods for Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim, but if you don't put enough in the game for anyone to really like it, then there's no one there to invent stuff for, I guess. Yeah, they fell for the accessibility meme, I guess. Maybe that's just better, right? Sales-wise or something. Probably is, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Anyway, I'm going to get to some of these hot takes. I can't just be ignoring them. My hot take is quest markers are bad. You are correct. Because they train the player to be a mindless dog who just starts from point A and runs to point B and doesn't think about anything and doesn't read anything. That's true. You're right. You are correct. And yet, if a game doesn't have quest markers now, I'm annoyed, right? It's wasting my time. Why don't you just tell me exactly where I have to go, right? I've been trained to need it, right? So I don't think you can go back. It's too late. It's the kind of game design. It's game design like candied fucking pork bacon fudge, right? Like, it's probably delicious, but it's really bad for you, you know? Or donuts or something. Like, donuts are bad for you, but they taste good, so you want them. That's what quest markers and fast travel are in RPGs. Like, you want the donut, quality of life, you know, just fast, but it's bad for you in the long run. Your favorite accessibility thing blowing up in someone's face was literal quadriplegic, no-hitting Sekiro's corrupted monk boss and telling all the people asking for an easy mode to get good. Yeah. Reminds me of that Eris quote. Look, playing Tekken with your feet is impressive unless you don't have arms. Then it's not impressive. And he was right. And someone was just brave enough to say it. If you don't have arms, your feet are your arms. You could probably eat your breakfast cereal with your feet if you don't have any arms. That's no longer impressive. You have to. Your hot take is that a game is what you spend most of your time doing. So balanced feast and famine decks should win 25% of the time. You could lose 6 games in a row. That's a famine and famine deck. Healers are incurably bad because you do something which most people find boring just to allow others to play the game. Multi-crew tank games don't have player control loaders for that reason, says 88th Jeremy. The thing about healer is that it's always the least popular next to tank, but it does fill a need. And that need is the psychological want to feel needed. All right? That's a reason some people play games. They want to feel needed, you know? And that's a healer. Sometimes that's a tank. Although I would say that the bigger psychological thing drawing people towards tank is the need to be in charge or to feel important. You think limits in games and art in general are more important, influential than what they allow? Yeah, you know, it's limit breeds creativity. Restrictions breed creativity, I guess, is the famous saying for a reason, and it is true. If I heal, maybe they will tell me good job. I'm not going to say anything. But everybody knows what I'm thinking and everyone else is thinking. And there's nothing wrong with it if you're into it. Can you pathologize DPS too, just for balance? A conflux of self-centeredness and self-importance that no one else cares about. They dip a toe into the tanks want to feel important thing, but not enough, like not quite. Because a tank feels rightfully important and a DPS feels mistakenly important. Solipsism is DPS. However, it's also the only fun playstyle legitimately. So, you know, don't feel like I'm insulting you. Find a ton of games suffer from lack of healers. That's why Overwatch made role queue. Yeah, because no one wants to play a healer. It's literally not fun. The only fun part about being a healer is feeling like other people need you and being right. The fun of a healer is meta. It's outside of the game. It's not pressing the buttons in the right order, right? That part is fun for DPS, not fun for the other two. Then again, you got the classic triangle, right? Healer, DPS, tank. And the issue with a PvP game is that if the healers are too strong, the game is dog shit. There's nothing more miserable. It's actually probably the worst outcome if healers are overpowered. Because fights never end. If a DPS cannot kill a healer one-on-one, the game is trash. Fights last 20 minutes, they become like run them out of mana kind of fests and stuff like that. It's terrible. It's even worse than one-shot, like dive kick one-shot, where GoldenEye 64, where everyone has the golden gun. If someone dies in a single hit every time, like that's actually better than if healers are overpowered. But if healers are too weak, then no one plays healers because they're unnecessary, right? So the balance is making a healer necessary, but not game warping, which is very hard. If you played a cleric, people would suck your dick. That's true. With a smile. And they should. You deserve it. Especially if you're good. Maybe it's antiquated, you know? I'm not sure. The whole concept. Like, you could invent something where healers aren't super necessary, right? Like, if tanks can heal themselves, then you don't need healers at all. If you wanted to do that. The problem with going that route is a tank that can heal himself and doesn't suck is a lot like an overpowered healer. In our previous example. So that's the rub. That's the issue with that one. Gump Prowl the Woebear. You're huge. You are large. Kill some other people while I wait. Massive Great Hammer. You'd love to hear anyone's take on a fourth playstyle that isn't taking TP as healer. All we have to look to is EverQuest. EverQuest came up with a bunch of those that were discarded immediately and never used again in all of MMOs. The crowd controller. Yeah, Taxi is spamming Mezer in the chat. Enchanter, mesmerizing targets, CCing, buffing other people, control. It's not necessarily utility, it's control. If the game is delicate enough to require something like control, then it can work and it's actually awesome. But it means it has to be a slower game. XP. There's also Puller. That was a thing. Puller was a thing. But they realized that, like, instead of a puller, you should just have a faster game instead of a really slow game, because nobody likes slow games. Except losers like me. Okay. Well, let's just get a bunch of dudes then. Give me XP. Monsters have resistances. I don't care. Increase attack speed. Nope. Not even once. What's down here? Just dudes. Being human in old EverQuest and not being able to see was a big deal. Yeah, it was. It was. But you could start in Freeport, which is closest to EQ Tunnel, or EC Tunnel. Which means that you were the closest to the proto marketplace. And so that was sick. And only human could be monk, at least originally, before Kunark. And monks were actually so good. Unironically, one of the best classes to play on launch was monk. You virtually fought at 100%. It was like 95% efficiency without even any equipment. Like no weapons, naked, some fucking shorts. And you were like 90% as good as you could be. And better than a lot of other people. And you could pull, you feign death, it did great DPS. Set it and forget it. Yeah, PvP does offer more variety than the Trifecta. You are right. There's the concept of peeling and burst TPS versus, I don't know the official terminology that they've come up with recently, but people who can sustain or spread or multi-target stuff. CC'er. Actually, PvP does have CC'er. So we've kept a little bit of the EverQuest thing here. We do have somewhat of a crowd controller in PvP as well. In fact, generally speaking, crowd control is the only way anyone ever dies ever in PvP. Modern PvP, I guess. So that's something. You miss stuff like pure support. Yeah, too. Like Shaman. Shaman were so fucking based in EverQuest. Shaman and, to a degree, enchanters. Where you yourself virtually didn't do anything, but you made everybody OP. In a very noticeable way. Or the monster just terrible. Like you put up Mallow so that your caster's spells stop getting resisted. And then you slow the attack speed of the monster everyone's fighting by 75 entire %. And then you cap everyone's stats with Avatar. Like, people notice. You don't even have to attack the boss in any meaningful way, and you're like a Giga Chad. The Enchanter gives everyone crack cocaine, aka mana regen, and they could actually just be AFK sitting down and like stand up and haste everyone, stand up and give everyone mana regen, and you wouldn't get kicked out of the group. You could just be eating a sandwich. You could go to the gym AFK if you did those first two things, and people would keep you in the group. You played Ixar Shaman in Old EverQuest? Oh. That's intelligent, because didn't Ixar have better... I think Ixar had a bonus to HP regen, like trolls, right? So they were extra good shamans. And the armor bonus that they had was reasonable because you were male anyway. And sometimes you had the face tank stuff. Yeah, Ixar and trolls were the best shaman. For those reasons and more. I think it's cool, like, intelligently choosing your race in a way that matters. I think that's cool. Kind of like that. From the olden days. What do you got for me? Monsters have 200% increased stun buildup. Okay. I might get stunned. Who knew? Back in the good old Colossal Cave Adventure days. True. Which directly inspired D&D. Or which directly inspired, was directly inspired by D&D, I should say. I actually really like classes like that. Oh, did I not finish this map? Is this map not done? Oh yeah, there's a map boss. Pardon me, I was just looking at the extra content over here being done. I gotta go smash this boss real quick. Or get smashed. Alright, he's... okay, he's way over there. Can some of the hot takes be focused on game narrative? But of course. Narrative is very close to... is very closely woven into game design. In ways where if it's not, you can tell. Even if you don't realize it consciously. When it's done wrong, you realize it. Monk, Necromancer, Shadow Knight, Shaman, Warrior. Oof. I don't know why that group has a Warrior in it. Or really a Necromancer, to be perfectly honest. Somebody's friends with the Necromancer, that's probably why. The Shadow Knight's tanking, the Shaman is making everyone overpowered, and the thing they're fighting terrible. The Monk is bringing DPS and pulling. Actually, if the Necromancer is a Chad, he could be pulling. The Shadow Knight also could pull. You got 3 pullers, almost. 2.5. Drop that warrior, put a bard in there, please. And then another monk. Oh, speaking of classes that don't do anything but make everyone else better. Bard. Holy. Actual peak soul. I didn't want to play one, but I was very pleased whenever one was in the group. Can I just tank these hits? I mean, why try? Why, right? I can probably take the littler hits. Yeah, we can take the littler hits. Alright, get nuked. Boom. Alright, Ogre Butcher defeated. Bard was awesome, but the best puller you ever had was an enchanter in over there. Enchanters could pull very well if they were skilled. The thing about enchanter is that your skill ceiling was infinite. But if you sucked, no one cared because your base... Like, your basic buffs were so good that you could be an enchanter who sucked and no one cared. They still liked you. But if you were really good, you were actually the highest DPS and the puller at the same time. Enchanters were crazy overpowered. Enchanters were so overpowered, they didn't even know what they did because they were so new and no one had really done many MMOs before then. We will never see something like an enchanter again, where they go into a dungeon and mind control the main boss and just sit there farming stuff for 14 hours. Every time the boss gets to like 2% life, they cancel the mind control and just finish him off. The things they allowed you to do before they knew what not to let you do in MMOs. The good old days. You played rogue, so you picked locks and pulled corpses. Yeah, my heart goes out to the rogue players. Definitely one of the most undercooked classes originally. And there wasn't even a dagger in the game worth a fuck. Until Velios or something like that. Look at this shit. 17% increased attack speed. You are going in the recombobulation chamber for later. I gotta combine all these and see what comes out. If halflings weren't so incredibly ugly, you'd have played druid instead. Well, you dodged a bullet, because druids fucking sucked. No offense. Cool thing about halflings, though, is they got the most XP out of any race. They got bonus XP. We'll use a shitty map here. There's no boss. Ogre was the race of your alt once you embraced horde races. Ogre was a quality race. Stun immune from the front. Very important. And fucking huge. Stun immune from the front was so important that sometimes it felt like if you were going to try to tank without being one, you were doing it wrong. But they fixed that eventually. I mean, you had an XP penalty, but whatever, you know. Holy Proxy thinks it's a Twitch Prime. For 14. Appreciate it. Those old guys talking about old MMOs. Why aren't I playing EverQuest right now? The game still exists. It's on its fucking 31st expansion or something like that. I mean, obviously it's a very different game nowadays. And it's being run by Daybreak, which is the company that collects defunct MMOs and keeps them barely alive with exactly 3 developers forever. Conversely, it's also running MTGO. Play Project 99. I did twice, and I had a lot of fun. But the thing about that is it's only good when the rush is in, when everyone is there. Because that game was so thoroughly designed for having people to play with, that if there aren't any, it's not even a game. I mean, I guess you can play Necromancer, I suppose, but hardly even. And so Project 1999, you kind of gotta get in on it when it's opening a new thing, so that there are people there, but it's sick. You also have to have patience. And a lot of it is solved now, so everybody knows all the stuff. Part of the mystique was that, like, you knew stuff other people didn't, you know, back in the day. Oh, there it is. 50% increased expedition logbooks. Huge. Absolutely massive. So we have to get this one. Artifacts, whatever. Rare monsters, whatever. Okay, so we have to get this one for sure. Can I start past it? We'll start past it for the juice, and then we'll go here. This might hurt, but I'll do it. I have a concern. Alright, I might die. I might die, but it'll be funny. Can I get both of these? I can. Huge. Alright. Monsters are doing double damage. But it's fire damage, so I'm fine, right? Because I'm overcapped fire resist. Like, surely it's fine. I got stunned. Fine. Alright. This might be okay. Exotic coinage. Alright, one chance left for the logbook. No. Okay, well, I tried. You know, 50% more than 0 is still 0, right? As they say. Bragging back around to player roles, you think ones that summon things is a good one to set apart from the rest? I don't think so. Well, it depends on what you mean by summon things. I don't think that transcends your category. Like, if you're DPS that summons a pet, you're still DPS. It's an interesting type of DPS, or it can be. Or if you're like a tank that summons a pet, or a healer that summons a pet. That's like the difference between a dot class and, you know, an AoE class. Like, okay, one of them does damage with dots and the other does damage with AoEs, but they're just both DPS at the end of the day. That's cool and interesting, and there should be a bunch of different types of those, but that's like, that's not like a greater role, in a sense. Across the pond. Well, I hope you would be. You're always across the pond from somewhere, you know? I decided to jump across that pond right there to illustrate that point. You know, maximum streaming. Oh, Delwyn, what's up, dude? Do I have to follow a little thing here? All right, where are we going? New league mechanic. Follow the sprite. Hey, listen. Pure cinema. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I lost track of where that sprite was. Oh, could it be that that was a rare that I killed? It just didn't drop anything? Huh, okay. Unless the sprite doesn't appear on the map. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is the thing. There, all right. Delwyn appears on the map. The sprite doesn't. No thanks. They made strongboxes better, but still not worth clicking on. There's like different types of them though, and there's some other types that are cool and interesting. Just not the normal ones. Not even really the yellow ones, but they made some really cool different orange ones. Like where it summons this dude and he like resurrects over and over. That one's fun. They summon a Las Vegas spin to win casino, and that thing's fun. They made like other ones that are cool. Interesting one to think about in terms of player roles is the face, really only found in tabletop and some immersive sim games, yeah. I like them in immersive sim games, but I've come to really not like them in tabletop. I think it's a bad idea of a role. Or, I don't know if I would go that far. I have a lot of problems with it though, that I guess I could talk about. The party face, that idea. I'll talk about the way in which I like it, of which there is only one. And then I'll talk about the problems that I think it has. I like the party face from the perspective of socially awkward, not charismatic in real life person is role-playing. You know, you're playing a role, and that role might not be like you, but for fun, you're pretending to be something, right? So, like, let's say you're dumb, but you're playing a wizard with, like, a 25 intelligence. Or not even dumb, you're smart, but you're not 250 IQ smart, right? And that's fun. Or you're a strong guy in real life, but you're playing an 1800 strength warrior, or fighter, I mean. And it's cool that the game gives you a bunch of mechanics and bonuses as the party face charisma guy to interact with NPCs in a successful manner, right? Like, I think that's cool, right? It gets the socially awkward, not charismatic, bad at speaking, or bad at thinking on their toes maybe person in real life to play that role in the fantasy game and have fun with it. Like, that's fun, right? That's cool. But what I don't like about it is that by creating that role for, you know, through the game mechanics, like the fact that you have to add your charisma to any time you're talking to an NPC or convincing them of something, or, you know, doing the things a party face would do. Because you gamify that, it means that you're disincentivized from interacting if you don't have the numbers on your character sheet that say you're allowed to. And so the game mechanics oblige none of the players to ever talk with NPCs except for the charisma guy. And that can feel stifling and really gamey in a bad way. I like and the GM has to do I'm a good dungeon master job, you know, to fix that problem. And so I do, right? And you can do it in subtle ways and you can do it in overt ways, stuff like but most of it involves like ignoring the rules a little bit, and if the like forcing in a good way people who aren't the party face to interact with NPCs. Like, you know, the farmer recognizes the fighter from, you know, his father before him saved their village or something. And so that guy's talking directly to the fighter, right? And the fighter isn't the charisma guy, but you want to like include him for role playing. And so you come up with, you craft like reasons socially why this is we're talking to this person now, we're talking to that person now, you know? And then you either like don't make them roll, or you have to like cheat at the dice rolls and make the DCs really easy. You have to fudge the rules to make it work, right? And so that does require a lot of, you know, GM kind of picking up the bag there. I don't like punishing people from trying to roleplay just because their charisma isn't high, you know? You enjoy having a party face, well, at least in Vampire the Masquerade. Never played the role in another game. You agree you don't like having a party face in a table destabilizes storytelling when one player is just expected to handle all the role-playing social interactions. Like, it's good and it's bad, you know? It has positives and negatives, like most things, right? The way in which it's good is you can take a class that's otherwise bad and give it an extra job to do to make it important and feel needed. And it's out of combat utility, and there's not enough of that. Still, after 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons, there's still not enough out of combat things to do in the class abilities section, right? Of any class, basically, except spellcasters usually. Thaumaturgy and whatever the fuck the cleric one is called, like minor miracles and stuff. Druids get one. That kind of shit. There should be like 5 of those for every class. Like, I'm a fucking wizard in a way that isn't too disruptive and shouldn't cost resources, but I'm just a wizard, so this happens. Kind of abilities out of combat. You know, like role-playing. I don't know. Yeah, Taxi 2 stock. That's one of the ways in which I cheat. Well, it's not really cheating. It's like how studying for a test is a different sort of cheating. Like, the best way to cheat on your upcoming test is to study for it. And so I issue a lot of like random situational bonuses in that way, like the one you're talking about. Oh, the fighter's talking to the guard or a military guy, and so he gets a bunch of bonuses to the charisma checks because it's military guy talking to military guy. And There's no, you know, verisimilitude there. If I play Magic and you play Magic, and we're waiting for the bus, like, we can talk about that, and there's something shared now, and we each get bonuses to charisma because of it. You're a role-playing guy first at your tables. World Darkness really helped you with that. Essentially, try your RP first, and if that's not to the NPC's liking, then you can fall back on game design, or then you can fall back on class abilities and stuff. I think that's a fine way to do it. I feel like this one could be better. Right? Monsters are armored. And pack size. Sure, we'll do that. So anyway, maybe long story short, I'm saying that stuff like, oh, sweet, look at this. I'm playing a human in EverQuest. I can't see in the dark. Midnight Forest. Cool. Okay, that's kind of sick. What was I saying? Oh yeah, maybe the solution to it is stuff like bardic knowledge. Not the crunchy stat version where it's like you get half your proficiency to every skill or something. I'm talking about like the concept of bardic knowledge or charisma bonuses to, you know, interact with NPCs. Maybe those things should still be a thing. It's not we should get rid of them. It's just the thing you fall back on if the role-playing doesn't work out initially. So maybe it's like it's a parachute ability more than a cow catcher on the front of your car kind of ability. If this metaphor hasn't run away enough. Okay, cool area. This is a unique, or like a special map. Some of the maps are special, and they have like neat effects. This is one of the new ones. Cool. I like it. Rage Teeth the Poisonous. Well, that should be fine as long as I'm not trying to eat him, right? Unless he meant venomous. Where's Rage Tooth the pedantic? What am I supposed to do? Oh, just explore the dark mists. Okay, so it's not like kill all the rares, it's just explore the dark mists. Spider area. I got a better feeling about down. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Wait. Right? Wait, what was that? Omen altar. Omen of answered prayers. Oh, cool. Just drops omens, huh? Sick. What's that? Oh, and there's a wisp. Lost track of the wisp. I will catch up on chat when I'm out of the nightmare forest. Looks like there are bugs or rats or something like that. That's sick. Oh. Oh, so instead of finding enemies like normal, you absorb it. Maybe you have to... Oh, okay, and then one altar, sick. Maybe you have to find a certain amount of them, and then the instance is over. Nameless burrower. Yeah, alright. You know, I didn't notice that this was a Stonehenge before. I was too busy fighting monsters. That's cool. It would be cooler if it was a Stonehenge made out of ICBMs, but what are you gonna do? Oh. Omen of corruption? Alright, I'm finding more omens now. Probably because I'm looking for them. You're talking about codifying disposition. I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know that it needs to be like mechanically codified exactly. It's just something you kind of do as a GM in your head. But then again, the whole point of D&D is mechanically codifying things that don't necessarily need to be. In that respect, maybe it should be. Alright, what am I looking for? I've explored almost everything. Oh, these are chests. Sick. I feel like I've explored almost everything. I must be missing something. Could it be like right here? Yes. Okay. It was right there. You actually just have to get rid of all the fog of war, maybe. Maybe that's it. Alright, I was expecting perhaps a boss at the end, but it was a cool looking map for sure. Nope. It's just a weapon type that I'm not trying to use because it's implicit as crit and I don't do that. Don't need that. I will take the intelligence one though. Narrative is often more contingent on execution than on specific convention. Hard to have hot takes because of it. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, did somebody do their narrative hot take? Somebody was going to. Anyway. Your hot take on video games, if you have to escort your your NPC and they have a speed between my walk and run speed, you're banned from game design. Yeah. Any escort quest at all, just never do it. That's a tale as old as time. I don't know if it's hubris or what, but we knew that escort quests were a not even once kind of thing 25 years ago. And they keep trying. Look at all these random omens. That's cool. Where do I put those? In mats? Put them in the smalls. Well, this item is active in your inventory. The next possessed monster you kill or release, it's Asmary's Spirit. Cool. I don't know what that means. But it's probably something neat. Yep, crafting. That's cool. Your next Val Orb will be even more unpredictable. Thanks. Awesome. Very cool. I guess I'll use an Orb of Resurgence because I'm almost leveled. I found that's when I end up using these things, is like when I'm close to leveling up and I don't want to die and lose XP. You got your first Akroma's Will victory today in EDH. It's addictive. Akroma's Will does so much. Every time somebody casts Akroma's Will and then attacks and wins, I read the card again and I keep being surprised by how many things everything gets. Oh, it's that too? And okay, and it's that too? Wow, okay. What other speed should the escort be? 100%. There should be no escort. That's actually the secret answer. There should be 0 escort missions ever. Or quests.
Dylan!
Otherwise, exactly your speed. Shader TV. You son of a bitch. Things with a big raid. Where are you guys playing? Bath of Textile Mill? Findom stream. I'm going to have to Google that. I'm not sure what that means. It's not a meme. I can't remember what it means. It sounds close to... Findom. What does that mean? Am I Googling this? Should I turn safe search off? You escort this beer to your mouth. Based. Holy based. Financial domination. Oh, so like playing Commander? Got him. What were we doing? Oh, yeah. All right, well, Viridian Forest did it. That was cool. Oh, look, a tiny little town, little mountaintop town. I didn't know they had those. Is that a special thing? Are there any... Oh, there's one. There's the next one. That's our goal. Right here. Gotta make my way over to it. You know what? We have to go here anyway for the next corrupted palace or whatever. So I might as well check out the mountaintop town. Who wants to go to Switzerland? Sure. Grav told you about the Commander Nights. Did you get to do one last week? Yeah, we did one this week. It was our first one ever. And most people have their notifications turned off, and it's a thing that we'd never done before. So 6 people showed up. But we had 2 pods and a bunch of people watching. Next one, I'm hoping for 2 pods, maybe 3. It was pretty fun. We're doing like the Discord event thing for it. We just played some Commander. Had a blast. You know, play PoE 2? I like it. I like the game a lot. It's probably my favorite Diablo 2-like game so far. Game design hot take. Any mechanic that prevents a player from playing the game for any length of time is bad. Stun, paralyze, etc. Yeah. I could talk at length about that if you'd like. In a TTRPG? Oh, tabletop RPG. Oh, a tabletop RPG. I thought we were talking ARPG.
Oh, big.
Oh, big. Hey, did that thing not pop up? Should it have? Anyway, Artorius, thanks for the bits. Do you guys use Tabletop Simulator for Commander? Yes. So that people can play with whatever they want and we get... Actually, playing on TTS, it means more people show up with their silly stuff, you know? Yo, nice big hot dog, CG Abusta. That's some patented heiress dick-shaped food, which is the most efficient shape a food can be. There's nothing sexual about it. It's just the most efficient shape for food eating. That's all. I don't mean anything by it. It's just shaped better for eating than, say, a burger, you know? It's the best way to eat food. If it's like Baldur's Gate 3, you still get to control 3 other characters. It's not so bad if 1 or 2 of them get stunned. In a TTRPG, you set aside hours of your precious time in the week to play the game with friends. Being shut out of playing sucks ass in those situations. It is exacerbated as the party size grows. The ideal party size is 3 or 4 for a TTRPG. Any more, and you're playing with fire. And by fire, I mean you are sitting at a table waiting for all 8 players to go in initiative, and when it's not your turn, you might as well go to the 7-Eleven, get yourself some Marbreads and a hoagie. Extra giardiniera on it. Eat the whole thing, come back, smoke a cigarette, drink half of a coffee, and then take 1 round of 1 turn. And then just leave again. It's a nightmare. At least in my opinion. Anyway, CC is a stand-in for death. That's what it is. That's what it is in TTRPGs, and that's what it is in ARPGs, like the one I'm playing. And by playing, I mean hovering on this screen because I'm yapping too much, and I would die if I yapped this much and played, because I can only do one thing at a time. CD Busted thinks of the tier 1 gift to Shader VT, who every time I see his name, I always say TV, even though that's wrong. But anyway, yeah, it's a stand-in. Instead of killing the character, they choose a lesser effect, which is crowd control. You know, sleep, hypnotic suggestion, color spray, stun, you know, hold person, whatever. In an ARPG like this, freeze, stun, root, you know. It's a way to make the game more dangerous and potentially kill you without just one-shotting you. And players hate it. They fucking hate it. Almost nothing. Players hate almost nothing more than losing control of their character. Basically worse than dying, in a weird way. I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that's how they feel. It stands for very tanky. Well, hey, all right. You're pretty good. Do I still have that one on Discord? I don't think I do. It's also basically impossible to die in modern D&D systems. Yeah, it's one of the problems with it. Unironically. I've almost never had any players die, really, in any edition of D&D. But, yeah, going unconscious like you're playing Final Fantasy, and then, like, rolling death saving throws over and over and over. Like, what are we doing here? If the Dungeon Master wants to keep you alive, he will keep you alive. At least have the allure, the illusion of danger, you know? Another hot take, breaking PC's equipment and gear is a better threat than player death. It's not a better threat, but it is almost a scarier one. The old rust monster. You will never see people run away faster than fighting against a rust monster if they know what it is. You have had a particular GM kill you 3 times in the last 3 years of campaign. That's like 1 death a year. Or, actually, it could have been 3 deaths in the same day. It just happened within the last year. I guess I need more information. If encounters are balanced properly, it's basically impossible to die anyway. I don't think you need all the hand-holdy mechanics. But also, it's to taste, you know. Some GMs like sword and sorcery, real danger kind of stuff. Don't hold back. PCs have a real potential of dying, maybe. It's just a different type of game. That's the type of game they want to run. Nothing wrong with that. It can be fun. I've played Shadowrun a lot, and Shadowrun games are crazy deadly. It was rare that a player did not die every other adventure of Shadowrun, or get betrayed by the party, but like that's the funny stuff. One-shots, I suppose, are a different beast, right? It's just a different thing. And by one-shots, I mean one-shot games that aren't campaigns. I don't mean one-shot as in kill you in 1 hit. Massive great hammer. Oh, here's a hot take. Speaking of encounters shouldn't be balanced properly, makes things too relaxed. A lot of people, or rather I've seen it a lot in D&D over the years. It's more about like resources, where you have types of encounters that happen like at a tempo. So you have like little encounter, big encounter, little encounter, big encounter, that kind of thing, where but they're defined as like the party should easily win all of these, but the little encounters should use up whatever X% of their resources for that day, and the big encounters should be the ones where the party feels forced to use their once-a-day things, you know? And they talk about it almost as a resource thing more than like a deadly or dangerous thing. And I don't necessarily think like that, but I've seen it described that way. In my opinion, or rather how I do it, is if the encounter was supposed to be chill enough that you're only using like 10% of your resources for the day, then why roll out combat? Combat takes for fucking ever. In real life, like combat is painfully slow. Always has been, kind of always will be. Don't be afraid to just talk it out. I think that's good. I think it's generally like a better solution than fighting some easy combat and actually rolling everything. Like, the level 10 heroes return to their original town, and there are like low-level bandits, and it's the flex fight, right? The fight where the PCs like show off how far they've come, you know, and they're badass now or whatever. Like an encounter that's like meaninglessly easy. Just have the characters describe the way that they win. Or like do something so that you're not even fighting, but you're winning anyway, you know? Does this need to be solved with actual fighting if you could kill half of the town, you know, with a somatic component? Just have them describe stuff, roleplay it out. It'll be faster, and it allows the characters to, like, do stuff that's cooler or more interesting than I swing my sword and I super win because I'm at plus 20 and everybody else that we're fighting is at plus 2, you know? It's, what can I tie in magic with this? Garbage time. I do this for garbage time as well. In Rifts, this is more overtly a thing, but I think it could very well apply to D&D situations as well, where a lot of Rifts combat is kind of like modern military combat. As in, like, the things you're doing are like you're fighting economically almost, where the damage you're doing to the facility or the installation or the bivouac or the you know, nuclear power facility or whatever, you're dealing economic damage to your opponent and causing them to have to take X amount of time to repair the stuff. You know, the old wounded are better than casualties or whatever. Like, casualties are better than slaying the opponent because it drains their resources, that kind of stuff. And so a lot of people in Rifts are just mercenaries and stuff. Their armor gets half blown up, takes 400 MD. It's super expensive to repair. They don't want to die. It turns out they have a bunch of las guns, and you are a glitter boy, and so your chromium guardsman armor, like, refracts laser beams off of it. You can't even damage them. They're going to retreat. They're going to get out of there. Yeah, maybe we could win, but mini missiles are expensive, and so fuck it, we're getting out. Or, damn, I had critical damage to the sensors of my Samus suit. Luckily the wings are still good, so I can still fly. Damn, this job ain't worth dying for. I'm out of here, right? Like, if you've won the fight, your opponent probably realizes the point at which you've won the fight and you've entered garbage time. Garbage time is a term, I'm sure it's from something else, but I know it from Magic. And garbage time is when you've won the game, but you haven't exactly technically won the game yet. But you have won the game. An example of garbage time is you cast Farewell and exile everything all of your opponents have. And then you draw 50 cards, play Myojin of Night's Whisper, and make all your opponents discard their hands, their entire hands, right? Now, and then you untap all your lands at the end of your turn, right? So you haven't technically won the game, but nobody has anything, and you've won. You just haven't won yet. It's garbage time. I think we need to normalize. Well, okay, first of all, we need to denormalize using "we need to normalize" because it's cringe as a phrase. But anyway, enemies who are aware enough to realize they're completely outmatched here and just get on with it, you know? IRL in battles, garbage time is the route where most casualties happen, yeah. Because it's the difference between 100% dying and 40%, you know, or something like that. Incorporating Armored Core mech style resource mechanics is fun. If you get too damaged or use too much ammo, you might end up spending more than you could possibly earn on a mission, so you gotta be a little tactical. Yeah, it's a lot of what Rift's combat is like, or is supposed to be like. I get the impression that Rift's campaigns and players don't exactly do that, but that's the intent, and I try to. At that point, you do indeed talk to the table and say, hey, can we all just concede? If time is an issue, yeah, I did. In fact, I did that Wednesday. I was playing Mono Blue Thassa Commander, and that deck kind of sucks because it's a Solemn Simulacrum bounce it or flicker it Secret Commander Mono Blue deck that just rolls over if somebody is aggressive, but no one at the table was aggressive. And then I played an enchantment that no one could deal with. And so things got out of hand, and I ended up with like 1,000,000 mana and 1,000,000 cards in my hand, and the game was just over, and I'm like, let's try to get another game in, you know? I'm just gonna like end this thing quick to not jack off in front of 3 other people for too long, and let's just let's get another game in before everyone has to go to work, you know? You sure tried to be aggressive? Well, you tried to be aggressive starting way too late. So, like, you did nothing for the first 6 or 7 turns of the game, and then you started being aggressive. But at that point, it doesn't matter, you know? Early aggression is true aggression. Late game aggression is just a win con. Sun Tzu from Portal 3 Kingdoms over here. Takes you back to Lantern Control. I love Lantern Control. The only problem with decks like Lantern Control and old Sensei's Top Miracles is when you were in garbage time, but your opponent wasn't good enough at the game to know that it was garbage time. No, I think I got every single creature I played force sacked at instant speed almost every turn. Yeah, but it started too late, you know. You started casting big scary dragons, unfortunately, just a little too late. And I drew the right cards in the right order. Don't forget that a lot of Magic is just drawing the right cards in the right order, and or your opponents happen to not have it, right? Is your Rift campaign on indefinite hiatus? Kinda, yeah. I was intending on bringing it back in once Jupes got back from his big tour after Christmas. But I still want to do it because I have a cool story to tell, I think. And all the players liked it. It's on me. It's not on, like, okay, you know. Sometimes Jupes is busy. He had to move houses and go on tour and stuff, and sometimes Vince is busy, but these are fake complaints. You know, that happens all the time. Really, it's me. I could have cracked the whip a lot more, but I didn't because also I'm busy. But I still think everybody liked it, I think, the players and the people. It wasn't like super popular, but I don't care because I liked it. So my copium is I'll bring back the Rift campaign for like a quarterly thing, where it's like, all right, we finally got everybody's schedules. We'll do like an entire Saturday and just have a fucking super long like 8-hour session, and then 3 months later, like a super long 6-hour session or 8-hour session or something like that. That's my copium plan. If everyone still gives a shit. And by everyone, I mean the players. I legitimately love the effort that went into those sessions. I put way too much effort into those sessions. But it was, you know, the show must go on. It was for the people. Maybe there was, perhaps, slightly a little too much monologuing on my part. I'll take that criticism. You know, I got it in my head that it's like a radio play. It's a show. And so maybe I went a little too far in the show direction. So, you know, there might be a little less of that in the next ones. But look, I'm not going to interrupt a player that's making a big speech or talking about the cool shit that they're doing either. That's the whole point, right? It's a movie game, yeah. That's the thing. I just don't want it to be a movie game that isn't fun. You can have a movie game that's still fun. But I've never done a movie game. I've only, you know, I've never ran a TTRPG in front of people before. Like in front of an audience. And, you know, you still have to make the players enjoy themselves too. You like the depth it gives? You watched it live in the VOD? Man, and there's so... Oof, man, the next one, dude. The absolute... It's not the Bioshock twist, but like... We got some absolute... M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong fucking twists, okay? The twists. They're going to be good. There's no way anyone could predict them yet unless they do. But I think everyone will be pleased. There's exactly 3 of them. I got it all planned out. The Twizzler. It turns out that Vince was the father. Yeah. So Vince is the fire, and Jupes is the ice for the Song of Ice and Fire. What was it? The next episode was going to be... They finally get to the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. And it really is that one, just in post-apocalypse. And you unlock your base. You have to... Essentially, you have to rebuild the thing partially, get the oil running, and set up shop, and now you have your Metal Gear 5 Zanzibar Land Outer Heaven / Suikoden 1 and 2 castle for all of your NPCs you recruit to be in and send out on missions. And then the world is your oyster, and the main overarching plot can start to happen. The training wheels of John Thundercloud have been removed in kind of cinematic fashion so that the players can feel free to do what they want instead of being pointed in such a overt direction. But now we can bring the main plot to bear with that satellite. Also, HeyWoah Rifts is really neat setting that you'd like to research for your own cyberpunk TTRPG. Something like Techno Magic Nonsense is well developed. What are some of the elements or books from Rifts that you would recommend to check out? So the cool thing about Rifts is all of the campaign books are that. If the book has 30 pages, well, no. If the book has 50 pages, 16 of them are rules, and the rest is just setting, adventure hooks, locations, little stories, NPCs. This town has this percentage of DBs and just stuff, history, legends. So like the world books are the one-stop shop to doing that. Find a location on the globe and then find the corresponding world book. And it's got all that in it. It also has the rules stuff if you care. Oh yeah, I beat this thing. Here. Oh no, it's gonna miss that place, but that's fine. I'll put this stuff away, I guess. %, huh? That's a... Oh, but it's the plus accuracy rating one. Okay. You go and recombob. I should just put everything in one thing while I'm streaming so we don't have to move it around. Anyway, what were you talking about? Give me your EverQuest race tier list. It depends on what class you're playing, really. That being said, Troll is up there. Ogre is up there. I'm talking S tier races. Troll because of regen for classes like Shaman. Ogre because of frontal stun immunity. Actually Halfling because fast XP and your character model is small enough in a weird enough way so that you can move right up to a wall and kind of see through it and be able to scout for your raid to see where the patrols are, but only for that reason. XR S tier except for faction stuff. I guess it depends on like which era we're talking about. All the races are the same now, so it doesn't matter. Even frontal stun immunity, you get a AA for that. So, which by the way, that thing that I just said is my problem with the new Dungeons and Dragons, the most recent one, all the races. That sentence. All the races are the same, it doesn't matter, everyone's basically a human. They just look different. Like how boring and flavorless. Absolute gray goo. Class tier list, Shaman S tier, Enchanter S tier, Monk S tier, Shadow Knight A tier, depending on what you're trying to do later. Bard S. Cleric S, but only if you're raiding. If you're not raiding, F. That's a rough one, Cleric. If you are raiding, triple S tier. If you are not raiding, F. D minus. Unbelievable spread on that one. Necromancer A if you don't have friends. C+ if you do. Warrior is kind of the opposite of cleric, or the same as cleric. If you're rating S, if you're not rating D-. Druid D. Wizard kind of depends, but actually a pretty good class, B. Mage C-, maybe. Who am I missing? Paladin. D. Monk A. Possibly A+. How do you feel about species being based off of passive active abilities instead of stat bonuses? I think stat bonuses are a little boring. Depends on how crunchy you want your game to be. I like both. Orcs are one of the most defining features of an ogre or an orc versus a human is that they are literally stronger. That's why they're scary. So they should be stronger. I feel like not giving an ogre +4 strength and instead giving them a passive ability that says you're really strong in this out of combat way that no one cares about, like carrying capacity, is lame and weak. I like both. I like both of them. Elves are more dexterous and agile than humans. It's just, that's one of their like key defining things. You know, what do your elven eyes see? They're good at perception. You got Legolas walking on top of the snow next to everybody else trudging through it. Like, they're magically agile and dexterous. It's like, that's what they are, you know? And so I don't think stat bonuses are out of the question. It is a little problematic then when, if you want to be a dex class, you feel like you're being punished for not choosing an elf. But that's nit. It's like a nit mindset. That's like a loser mentality. You need to flip that around. You know, you're not being punished for not choosing it. You're being rewarded for choosing it. Yeah, nit. It comes from poker. It's a poker term. Nit is like, a nit play is like a risk-averse, cowardly, minor, mewling sort of loser mentality play. Also means like, hey, it turns out, you know, ogres or orcs, there are not a lot of wizards, right? Because they don't have int bonuses. Well, yeah. That's like one of the reasons why there aren't many of those. And you get to be extra cool when you're playing the orc wizard because you're playing against type. You're like, you want to be an iconoclastic hipster except cool by playing the orc wizard. I'm just saying, put your money where your mouth is and play one that has to start with 16 int instead of 18. Prove that you are that cool by paying a cost for it. Like, why is Drizzt Do'Urden special? Because drow elves are evil and he's good. That's why he's based and cool and interesting. And everyone's character that was a drow elf was good forever after that. Why is Drizzt special if drow elves have the same alignment spread as every other race? Well, he's not in that way. He's just another, person. I don't know. It's fine that every, like, player character dark elf is good. Because everyone's player character is, you know, God's most special princess, right? Everybody is unique and special in their fantasy game where they're playing a role. That's fine. Or your Sverfniblin deep gnome, who is actually just really enjoyable to be around. You know, yeah, his race has a charisma penalty, but he's a nice guy. That makes you, like, slightly interesting off the get-go for free. Well, not for free. You actually have to pay for it. I want you to prove it. If orcs have the same intelligence as humans, then your orc wizard is not cool. I shrug. Okay, yeah. You put on a costume. You know, your wizard is cosplaying an orc at that point. It's green face. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Being a bitch, yeah, that too. That was a lot of damage. Also in the party of charisma penalty, bestial races, you can still be the most charismatic, yeah. And also, like, you could have situational bonuses for and against, you know. The thing was, Drow aren't inherently evil, they just have a micromanaging evil spoder goddess who really likes it when they're all evil. Well, that's the same thing. That's just another way of describing it. In this fantasy world, the gods created races, you know. I actually don't know if Lolth created Drow exactly. I suppose I guess it depends on what campaign setting you're talking about. I don't believe she did in Forgotten Realms. I don't think she did. But yeah. They're not inherently evil, they're just all evil. Because of their god, who's evil. And so they're all evil. Okay, well, what's your point? Why do we need to... I don't know. What's the difference? Meaningfully. Imagine a Kenku next to an orc, Thrycreen, and Hobgoblin. Dude, that sounds like an awesome party. Dude, first of all, Kenku are awesome. And they're cute. And you know my dislike for birds. I don't like birds, but Kenku are cool. Also, I don't think they don't have, like, a call. If I learned that they had a call, then they would go down in the tier list. But silent birds are cool. Thrycreen are sweet. The mantis people. Kinda mantis, kinda ant. Get those planescape races in here. Like, monster parties can be super cool. Is your dude dual-wielding sledgehammers? Yes. Honest to God, sledgehammers. The meta build of warrior is to use a shield in this game. But you have to push a button to raise your shield. I don't like that. I want to dual-wield sledgehammers and just blast stuff. It means that I die slightly more often, but I do like twice the damage almost. I'll take the damage. It's soft core. If you die, you respawn. Who cares? I'm here to fucking slam. And take every single AoE passive in the game. So that when I use an ability, it just blows everything up. Oh, I gotta go there. Jokers, Kenku, Orcs, Dwarves, Goblins, Thri-Kreen. You think something else you're forgetting? Only monster races and dwarves survived the purge? Cool. The human purge. And now the roles have reversed. Humans are the ancient race where you're rediscovering their technology and their, you know, ancient weaponry blessed by human gods. You know, how exotic. Oh, I think it's a cool idea. See, inversions are fun. They're also easy. But then again, D&D is like baby's first being creative for a young adult, right? It's not supposed to necessarily challenge film critique or anything like that. A lot of people's first Dungeons & Dragons character is, what if I was awesome? You know, like the character. Or my favorite character from something else except I made it in D&D. That's fine. That's what it's there for. Let the kids have fun. Difference how easily a player can justify stabbing drow infants, I guess. I don't know how... Is that situation ever going to come up? I suppose it could. If you want to approach subjects like that, killing civilians, you know, if that's the kind of game you want, then you approach killing drow children the same exact way you approach killing human children, probably. That are from a nation you're at war with or some such, right? Have a little teaching moment or something. It was too interesting. Stopped painting to come watch. Persuasive wink. I'm not trying to persuade you to wink. You can still paint. Look, you're having the same struggle that I am because I'm trying to read chat but also play this deadly game. So we're both kind of distracted. All right, get your sleeping bags. We're in for a long one. Go get yourself a coffee. This is one of the enemies that's virtually immune to stun buildup, and my build is a stun you and blast you. Hammer and slammer. And so we're here for a while. Luckily, he keeps punching where I'm not. This is a boss that's super random, so it's hard to dodge his stuff. Like, he almost never attacks where you are. And so he starts to attack, and you think he's going to attack you, and you move out of the way, and then it turns out he was attacking that spot. You know, that's kind of his thing. Oh, we're closing in on almost stunning him. Oh, like that, he got me. Except I'm fucking huge, so it doesn't matter. Shout, shout, hammer. 1, 2. Thank you, good combo. One time he had to talk to other players out of crushing kobold eggs. Their justifications was that kobolds are evil and these are XP. The eggs aren't evil. Maybe you were that guy in that instance. I don't think I'm describing that guy in an instance. If you have a party of murder hobos, then they're gonna murder while being hobos. The it's worth XP thing? Nice, finally got a greater one. You go there. And you go there. And what is this? A vision rune? I don't know why you're here. Fuck you. There, so we have each. Alright. So we have this one I care about and this one I care about in all 3 steps. Ooh, alright, lots of stuff. Rarity, number, magic, damage, armor, break. Okay, so increased magic, or increased damage as extra fire. That's fine. May hurt. I guess Shaderoo, like, you could think about it 2 ways, I think. One is, you fight a demon crocodile, right? And then you find demon crocodile eggs. Do you smash them? And then you fight kobolds and you find kobold eggs. Do you smash them? And then you fight, you know, evil Shar worshippers in a evil Shar city. Do you kill the civilians? You know? It's like that, spectrum of from pet to food, you know? Like dog is pet and cow is food. And you can put, like, every other animal somewhere in the middle there. I'm probably going to save the super juiced one for a tower or something. You're definitely in the camp the creators should get space to create pure evil mosquito leech people 100% without getting flack. Well, here's the thing. That's what orcs are. When orcs were created, they were created to be the pure evil mosquito leech people, so that 14-year-olds didn't have to worry about moral dilemmas and could just fight the bad guys. In a funny fantasy game. And now we've progressed enough so that orcs are human beings. And they're people. And if you think they're bad guys, you're racist or something. I'm just saying, after a long enough time, the pure evil mosquito leech people that you invent right now to just be turn off your brain and fight the bad guys, we're just having fun here, they will be the people. In 20 years, D&D 7.9, the pure evil mosquito leech people who are the embodiment of pure evil, that's problematic, actually. And they'll be the humans again. And they won't have any racial modifiers to their player character class. They're just people again. And you'll need to create another one. And then we'll all forget again. Time is a flat circle. Part of the reasons is it's just too tempting to put some humanity in the bad guys, you know? It's too tempting to do that for all lots, you know, in movies and books and all that stuff, like, you can't help yourself. You gotta make a complicated bad guy. You gotta humanize him a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. When it's done well, it's actually quite nice. Ow. Ow. Alright, I have died. The dristification. That's what we'll call it because it's hard to say. It's just evolution on a long enough timeline. Everything is people. Yeah, everything's people eventually. Also, I got no real problem with monster fuckers. But y'all been catered to a little too much by the company overtly, okay? It's funny when it's a counterculture thing, but when it's too embraced out in the open, it makes the game worse. Some things need to stay niche. Otherwise, they lose their charm. You know, no offense, permit holders, okay? It's our time. No longer will I be oppressed. The most oppressed group of people, monster fuckers. Can I just Rochambeau this idiot? Damn, he does a lot of damage. Humanizing bad guys is cool the first time and lame almost every time. It is overused for sure. This guy's killing children and slurping out their marrow. But listen to the fucking sob story about how he got to that place. Nah, I don't give a fuck. He's a crazy murderer. I don't care that his dad was mean or whatever. Like, it doesn't... Like, you're still crazy and a murderer. It's like Bucky from fucking Captain America, okay? He got supposedly, allegedly brainwashed and then murdered a whole bunch of people. And so Captain fucking America is like, he can't go to prison. I'm a criminal now and I'm gonna keep him out of prison. Like, no, he murdered a bunch of people. But he was being mind controlled or whatever. Yeah, that's why we have, you can plead guilty by reason of insanity. That's what we have that for. For mind control. But Bucky is my friend. Hate that fucking guy. He was just sleepy. Bad guy stuff is pretty bland. Explaining why they're evil or they're anti-heroes is what makes a story charming. It can, yeah. It can. The complaint, I believe, was that it's overdone or almost like feeling it's like lazy, formulaic now or something like that. At a certain point, I don't care. Or like the reasons are bad and it ruins everything. You have to like do it well. I suppose that's true for anything though. This is the stream where you tell me your hot takes and I struggle not to say, well, it depends. And so, it depends. Groundbreaking commentary. Just do it well, forehead. Right? Yeah, just simply make the game fun. You know, the layoffs will continue. I love the "I want more layoffs" meme. Like that's a quality meme. Counterpoint, I want more video game layoffs. Look at the games they're making. Why shouldn't they be laid off? I'm just saying you should lay off the people truly responsible also. And more cruelly and more commonly. Like, find the guy in a suit who's never played a video game in his life and also, like, demanded that the worst initial idea was the one they went with for whatever game you're thinking of that sucks and obviously would have sucked because of that initial bad idea that the game designers didn't choose to do and didn't want to do, but they had to because their stupid-ass boss told them to. That guy, first layoff. Publicly. Like Mussolini, except without killing him. Alright, so strung up by a gas station, but don't kill him, just public humiliation. And you list the things he insisted on, everybody laughs at him, and then you let him down. You know, I'm not calling for murder here. You let him down. You know, it's not a full Mussolini. It's not the widow walking up to, who's, I was gonna say, who's that Activision CEO everyone hated? Bobby, you know? Like, it's not some widow walking up to Bobby and shooting him 5 times and being like, that's for my 5 dead sons. We're not to that point. Just a little public humiliation. No golden parachute. Bobby Kotick, you know. And, please God, don't hire someone that just sunk a ship and was the captain of that ship. That's all I'm asking. Now, sometimes I think the single frame of animation VTuber Sandwich Ogre is here for my protection. The spiciest takes come out when I'm behind the mask. Now I see why people are VTubers. It's chill. Hitler never made a video game. Yeah, yeah. He merely adopted the gut. VTuber sleep stream has to be the ultimate grift. No, I mean, that's pretty good. The VR chat mute with that one avatar with slightly different clothes, and you push a macro that just has a dance every once in a while to music for 7 hours and gets, like, on average 300 views. That's a pretty good grift, because you could just leave it on. You technically don't necessarily have to be at the computer even. Chud commentary. That's a good grift. Doesn't get as much traction as people think, though. You only see the successful ones. At that point, just stream the DVD logo bouncing around. I was thinking about doing that. I might do that for my future gameplay streams, because there isn't too much gameplay. I'm yapping too much. I might put the DVD thing bouncing around and like a YouTube video of someone cutting soap into cubes, just like the strangely satisfying, and put it up here by the map, just really small. Maybe pictures of trains. Find like an animated GIF of car keys, you know? I'm not joking. I'm putting those, right now, you see I'm not playing the game. I'm putting those on a tab to download later and turn into GIFs. It'll look like a Blibbit stream next time. You know, one thing about Hitler, he never made a game. He cannot be worse in the field of video games. Harzulian's boy brings up a good point. I would say that Hitler was great for video games. Think about it. Wolfenstein, you know? He actually inspired a lot of great games as the bad guy. As the world's most famous bad guy, right? I'm not saying this from a point of it was worth it or anything. It obviously wasn't. But I don't think he was as bad for video games as Body Kotick. That's all I'm saying. The computer was made to stop Hitler. It actually was, or the modern kind of computer. Shout out hat tip Alan Turing. Hitler in video games is always portrayed as a clown. That's because if your satire gets too cool, then it starts to become propaganda, and so you have to portray him as an insane clown. And that's correct to do. He should not be emulated, you know. That's where Warhammer took a wrong turn, actually, with the 40k. It was once satirical, but now it's just pure, like, kind of propaganda, you know? And what are you gonna do? I made a mistake. I made an instant speed mistake. I should have responded. It had split second. Almost everything is propaganda in a manner, yeah. Depending on your definition. What I'm doing right now is propaganda for future streams, potential YouTube videos when AOS gets good again. My merch store. Although drop shipping is about to get fucked. So I might... You know, I hadn't thought about that until just now, off the cuff. I might need to revisit my merch store if everything's gonna start costing 7,000% more to import from China. Because the jobs that Americans need are apparently like $1 a day sweatshops. Like that's the jobs that America craves, I guess. The valuable ones we need to return. But enough about insane clowns. And not the Christian rap group. Am I right, gamers? Going the actual wrong way. They added this thing where you can always see where the rares are on the map, and I don't like it. From a game design perspective. I like it from a player perspective. Because I want to know where they are, and so I just go to them, right? Like, it's quality of life. It's so easy. But it goes back to the... It goes back to the donut argument. Like, donuts taste good, but they're bad for you. This was a donut change for PoE 2. As soon as you log into the map, it shows you where the rares are, and so you just beeline it to them, and it makes the game a little bit more towards the end of the spectrum where it's just a hallway you run down, you know, in a straight line. There's a joke that the PoE developers made a while ago where they're like, sometimes we think that if we made the game exactly how the players say they want it, you would log in and you wouldn't even log in the game. You would just get like a financial report of what loot your character had dropped for them at the end of each day. And you would do nothing for any of it. And when you logged in, your character could just teleport anywhere at any time. There would be a screen of so many monsters, your computer lags, and they would all die in a millisecond. Much like what I'm doing now. Except with no chance of death. But everyone still was impressed that you did it somehow. P1 exists, people play it. Yeah, I never did, but supposedly it's really good. I'm envious of what I hear about PoE 1's variety and depth of content. Like just infinite customization, infinite abilities, you know, just so much shit. I want that for PoE 2, but that kind of depth only comes with years and years of update after update after update. And so you just have to wait and it'll get there eventually. You couldn't release a game that's just like that on release. Kind of like when Age of Sigmar came out, you know, and it's fighting against what was once Warhammer Fantasy that has 40 years of story, and they're like, AOS has no story. I'm like, yeah, the game came out today. Can't really fight against 40 years of story. Talk to me in 40 years. PoE 2 either becomes PoE 1 or it will die. I don't think that's the contention. PoE 2, there's only one direction to go. Like, PoE 2 will simply become PoE 1, it's just a matter of how long. That's the direction these types of games go. And there isn't really a way to stop it. It's just how much can you slow it down. You can do it well, you can do it not well, you can do it responsibly, you can do it irresponsibly. And the devs are correct to resist it as hard as they can. They will fail, but resisting it is the correct position for them to be in. It's sort of like a union and a CEO, if you ignore the morality of it, right? You want two opposing groups that each have power. You know, the players want PoE 1, and the devs want whatever, methodical Dark Souls that still has you become Super Saiyan eventually, right? And they're going to butt heads forever. If the devs wanted PoE 1 as well, the game would be fucking terrible. And there would be no reason for it to exist. You hate Dark Souls? I never really played any of them. I played Elden Ring, I liked it, except for the combat. Can I get both of them in this? Yes, I can. Why it's good? I think it is good. I just don't like it. It has Dark Souls combat. I don't like Dark Souls combat. It's just a, you know, a personal preference kind of thing. They've invented something called Dark Souls combat, and they do it well. You know? I don't like it really, but, you know, it's fine. They did not invent it. Technically, no, but functionally, yeah. I mean, Wolfenstein 3D wasn't the first 3D first-person shooter, but... Oh, a hideout. I think I already have the limestone hideout. I don't need it, but it's on the way anyway, and I can't change now. Hideouts are really small, and so if this was Season 1, I would use some other map that was less valuable because hideouts are really small and it doesn't matter. But you get map sustain is not an issue. Map sustain was kind of tricky in Season 1, and if you died, then it kind of fucked you and you had to really dig yourself out of that hole you got yourself into. Now it's fucking free. So I guess it doesn't matter. But I'll choose a blank one at least. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, yeah, didn't invent it, but we'll say popularized it, or has become known for it now, so whatever. But regardless, I don't really like that. It's not my bag. Oh, let's go, it's a special guy. A PvP battle between a real player. Can this player dodge Hammer of the Gods? No. He cannot. Okay, it was... Look, that was great. I loved it. Special exiles enter your... single exiles in your area. And they drop the loot they're holding, which I think is a cool little thing. That's a neat thing. Yeah, see map complete. It's super easy. Oh, this is probably his hideout. I already have this hideout too. I killed him for nothing. Real player. Yeah, it's a mechanic where like a little NPC player PvPs you and uses abilities. Some of them are kind of hard because they continuously run away from you forever with their kiting abilities. Whenever you get a warrior one, warriors are undoubtedly the easiest to kill for sure. Because they have warrior abilities, and warrior abilities are terrible. Like, I fought against an exile that was a warrior, and he ran up to me and used... What's the spell called? Hold on. What's the spell called? I don't even know what it's called because it sucks so much. Supercharged Slam. He used Supercharged Slam. The thing that you charge up for like 7 seconds, 7 entires, it just... So he ran up to my face and started casting Supercharged Slam for the duration of his entire life bar, and then died. I'm like, damn, if people played Warrior how they perhaps expect you to, this shit would suck so much. All right, Wrestling in YouTube. Good or bad game design idea. War game where shooting works similarly to melee, where both units get to hit each other. They have a firefight. Try to eliminate the feeling of Alpha Strike killed my stuff. What's the temporal nature of that? All right, that was a weird way to ask that question. What I mean to say is, a lot of fizz. Tier 6 fizz, huge. What I mean to say is, do they both go at once because you shoot arrows into the air and it takes a while for them to land? So both people roll all their attacks and then both people roll all their saves? Is it like that? Or is it just like a you go, I go at every phase of the game, including combat, you know? It would mean that both of your archers probably kill each other every game. At least, if nothing else, you know, all else being the same. It means your ranged units would probably be wiping each other out. Almost like going through the motions, but I suppose that's how fighting is, kinda. In the era of browser games, it was pretty common. No, because you would not like to target their infantry that just shot my tank unless my tank can shoot more than one time. If alternating activations, then it's awesome. Okay. Don't want that. Don't want that. Oh, stat check combat. Okay. I forgot I was already in the hideout. Unique map. Unique map idea, do not steal. Anyway, for the original question, good or bad game design? Neither. You could make a game work with that or without that, I think. You could totally make a game work that does what Porter Westling is saying, I think. It might not fit every game, but you could do it. Cool. Custom unique map. I get passive skills when I do it because I found an island. Oh shit. Yo, look at this. This is sick. Yo, GGG Games. If you have the technology to do this, I want more. Do more of this. Yo, I want more. Look at this. This is like the Arcane Sanctuary, except 2025 edition. Oh, sick. This is like basically a complete gimmick, right? It's just normal. They just made the floor have like cooler animations or something, but by gum, sometimes gimmicks work. This is sick. How fast can I go? Can I roll off the edge? Can I roll off the edge? If no, it speeds up. Cool. Okay. This is actually sick. Doomtron. Nice. Oh, he's doubled. Okay. Did I have a doubling thing? I didn't look at the stats of this map. Oh, and they don't tell you in the bottom. Double graves. Okay, so everybody's doubled here. That's sweet. Nice gimmick. All right, this is great. More of this. I need way more of this type of stuff for the zones and maps in this game. Hell yeah.
Traps us in an image. No longer.
Voxel tile generation or something like this. I don't know how it's called. Yeah. Get prepared for no loot. Oh, really? You saw it in a different game. Man, I like this.
Fight all you want. It won't change a thing.
I wonder why everything is doubled here. It's a cool gimmick. The water has a mirror-like surface, maybe. It's a kind of mirror theme. I think all the loot should be doubled too. Well, I guess technically it is, right? If the rares are doubled. Ooh, Jin Barya.
Another cycle of time. I refuse.
This lake basically mirrors, there's lore to it. It was a league in PoE 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never played PoE 1, so I might not be getting the full intentions here. But I will say I don't get the context of it because I didn't play the first game, but it's still completely awesome. Not ruined.
An image traps how we see ourselves. Break the image, break the trap.
Yeah, water biome. I was thinking maybe an island. This is, I would have called this like a mirror biome or something. But hey, alright. Alright, checkpoint.
Break the image.
Fragmented mirror. What's the significance of this bird? +1 prefix modifier allowed, -1 suffix modifier allowed. And then 3 stats I would never ever want for any reason. But 32 strength is a lot. Do I have to click this, I guess?
This lake never quite
Map complete.
does it.
Cool. Okay. Nothing will ever be better than Zoph's Blood for this exact build because of the max FR. Plus I already allocated acceleration to it. But hey, that's cool. I can't even pick that up because my inventory is full. I can't talk to him because my inventory is full. Alright, garbage. Bro, just go in here for a second. I'll talk to you later. I saw the big paragraph and I will read it. I was just experiencing joy and wonder for a moment. Don't mind me. Doriani's evil twin is basically him visiting this place. Oh. By the way, Mr. Woe, here's my pitch. Instead of hit points being max at first plus con bonus, Stats generate 36 instead of 46 drop to low, so average of 10.5 instead of 13. Get a number from your race to HP, human being plus 10, dwarf being 15, and to add your con score to first level. Okay, so remove the randomness, essentially. Have there be no randomness to character gen, in other words. I respectfully hate the idea. I also hate point buy with a passion. It's a roll still? Oh, I thought you were saying humans start at 10. Oh, it's so the stats are just super high. 3d6 plus 10. Oh wait, I'm sorry. The second half of your paragraph. You're not talking about stats anymore. You're talking about just HP in the second half of it. So like you get a racial starting HP value, in other words. Aren't we double dipping then? Like instead of giving a bonus to Constitution, we're giving a different starting HP. Couldn't we simplify it by giving a bonus to Con per race? And then it's like very similarly the same thing. It's to control the level of HP based on races that give more cool stuff. Okay, so like the more abilities you have, the more special your race is, the less starting hit points you have, then, if I read this correctly. Or maybe that's an option, even. I don't know that I... Or maybe it's just another avenue of giving stuff. I like Rogue Exiles. I think they're funny. Even though this is like definitely the wrong place to go on this tree. I think Rogue Exiles are funny, so I'm going to spec into them for a while. Oh, and this causes them to always drop like strength stuff, or always have unique weapon or armor or jewelry. Oh, cool. Okay. I think nothing. I don't care if they're wearing strength stuff. The type of items I need to find upgrades are so ludicrously specific and rare that nothing a Rogue Exile has could possibly matter, especially when half of it is corrupted anyway. I feel like this is the way to go and just fish for unique jewelry and shit, right? Because unique weapons are bad, so... Oh, but I have to skip out on unique armor if I want the jewelry. I thought it's a triangle, it's not back or forth. I'm going this way. Who would like unique jewelry? Yeah, let's fish for unique jewelry then. Great. What a fun node. Almost never matters, but funny node. And this thing was interesting. It was like a... where do we put it? Garbage. That's some interesting garbage right there. Hey, great work. Smalls. But you can't use unique armor anyway. Yeah, true. And I can't use unique jewelry anyway either. At this point of the game, I have an Inferno clasp. The second one that dropped was super lucky. Very high stats. Bought this. There are no rings that could be an upgrade that are unique. I have to just fish for the craziest rares. The chest plate has to be white. And the only weapon upgrades are impossibly rarer versions of these. So yeah, I'm at the stage of the game where I'm just searching for like 1 in 10 billion rares. I just think it's... Some other people might want jewelry, and there's 3 different slots that can drop from it, and it's orange, so... Anyway, back to your D&D thing. I misclicked on the portal. Map device. And it has a boss, so let's use the Juso one. It'll give me 2 things. What was the initial problem we were trying to solve with this taxi? We want first level characters to have a shitload of HP. HP bloat plus level 1 killing fields due to low HP. But critically only roll for hit points every... Okay, so we're reducing the scaling of HP then for characters. I don't hate that problem. Or I don't hate that trying to solve that problem. HP bloat probably is too high. They detected that the first part of the issue was characters had like randomly too few hit points very early, but too many late. It caused like low-level D&D to be very dangerous and deadly. Arguably more so than higher level. So we up the damage on stuff and triple the hit points of characters at first level, but it doesn't scale as hard. Is your prescription. TTRPG hot take, tieflings should be a small race. They should be little guys only. I think that is a hot take because I think I disagree. Well, it depends on what you want the tiefling to be. I rather like the demonic heritage kind of tiefling where it's a broad category and your mom could have been any sort of different hot type of demon, you know? So like you'd have tieflings that are tiny, right? But also like Malorith tieflings and, well, the 6-armed ones and stuff. Just like depending on your heritage, like you're very different. But then maybe maybe tiefling is too broad of a category, what I'm describing. And it butts into maybe half-demon stuff. I guess the difference is half-demon is your mom is hot, and tiefling is your great-great-grandfather was hot, right? Maybe that's the difference. You're down for tieflings getting the old 2E random traits. I like random tables, but I don't like adhering to them by the letter of the law. I like the existence of random tables, and if you can work with it or it's like neat, do it. But if you're rolling it fucking sucks, then re-roll. You know? I have a laissez-faire, or not laissez-faire, but I'm like hot and cold. I really like the existence of random tables, but I'm not trying to have one ruin anything, you know, or just being dumb. Hey bro, what's the cleanest areas on the maps do? Oh, the cleansed. Sorry, I misread your first one, David Vitas. You know, I was gonna Google that earlier today because I know what corruption does. You go to the corrupted ones and you kill guys, and half the time, once you've killed like a pack, a roughly equal amount of guys get out of the ground and fight you, and they're like blood demons, and that's cool. I don't know what cleansed does. It makes everything kind of, you know, salty, right? It puts salt on the ground. That's cool. It looks neat. And I was going to Google that very question. I don't have an answer for you. Sorry. Good question. And really, it's something I should know. Because if cleansed is better or worse than corrupted, then you should probably clear all the corrupted ones first, and then cleanse the quest one. If the corrupted ones are better, and if the cleansed ones are better, you should beeline it to the quest one, right? Just thinking out loud. I've only just barely started the I've only just barely started that quest. I'm on like tier 4 plus, because sort of embarrassing, but look, it's a new game. Or not a new game, but it's a new patch and they just added this stuff. So, like when I got here, you got the quest where it says investigate the corrupted area, and I didn't know what they meant by corrupted area. So, I was just farming maps. And so I'm like, oh, I got up to 15, and I made towers, and I was getting XP, and I'm like, oh yeah, what's that quest? And I finally found the corrupted area that the quest was talking about, which was a little off the map. And it's like, hey, you did it. Now do that on a tier 2 map. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm in tier 15 maps right now. I accidentally missed the entire progression, because the old one was clear tier 1 maps, then clear tier 2, and so on. So I accidentally missed the entire quest progression. And so now I'm like redoing it by traveling places. And that's my story of I should have Googled it. But I didn't miss out on much. My passive tree just has no points in it, but aside from that, like, it doesn't hurt you too bad. So far I've been like kind of scooting around, because you can kind of see them in the fog, but I think only if they're close. Obviously you can see these, and you can see the pinnacle guys. But then every once in a while there's, and I, of course, now that I'm mentioning it, I can't see any. But you can just barely see them in the fog. I don't know if you can see them from far away, or just if it's close, because I've never found any just scooting around like this. Like, there just aren't any, and there's no towers either, so I feel like it has to be kind of close to you to see them. Anyway, so that's kind of how I've been doing it. I wonder what this thing is. All right, here's the special one. We got to it. Slowly. So we'll keep making our way. And I got 2 things to put in this one. Looks like there's a unique map there. Right now I'm kind of just on XP and stuff. You can find those corrupted areas easy if you look in the fog, check the towers, and the ones have a little red corrupted tendril. Yeah, I learned that way too late, but I did learn that. Any experience? All right, here we go. Irradiated experience and 4 bosses plus experience plus experience. Hell fucking yeah. I love experience at this stage of the game. Looks like I will have to travel all the way up there, so might as well juice. Nice. 1 map on the way. But hey, alright, I can always come back here. Be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Get up and stretch your legs a little bit. Should I put on commercials or should I put on Bateman? The choice is yours. And then I'll come back and talk about stat rolls in D&D. The cream? Alright, we'll do the cream. BRB commercial break. Get yourselves a drink.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation. And there is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
With Klondike ice
cream.
bars, you get big servings, big taste, big
Cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice
Cream.
and a coating made with
Beautiful.
Milk.
Chocolate.
so you can
pour
big
Cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big.
Cream.
What can you do with
Cream.
you can't do with any other wine?
Know why I refrigerate? Because my friends love to.
Cream.
This setting should indicate that we know how to...
Cream.
Hello, darling.
C'era Lambrusco, Bianco, and Rosato have such a bright
Cream.
taste. Every sip said
Cream.
Their wine list is first rate.
All it says is,
You know that I'm the cream. What a cream.
To taste.
Don't spoil it. I wish I had a longer one. Lewd collage.
Hello there. I'm Mr.
Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
once you pop,
The cream.
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough,
and I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
At the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
We back. Just remember, chat. You're good enough. You're smart enough. And you are the cream. What was I doing? Oh yeah, should I do my I don't like point buy speech? I don't like point buy. I know that's not exactly what you're talking about, Taxi. You're solving like a different problem. But I think point buy is the most soulless video game way to have stats for your character. What's the matter, point buyer? Afraid of feeling something? There needs to be at least some, there needs to be Timmy stuff, you know? You roll that initial stat line. A random roll that means so much. You know, the sweat dripping down your eyebrows. You can smell the salt of it. If this roll is shit for the next 6 months, this character's gonna fucking suck. How much have you ever lost in a coin toss? There are downsides to it, right? But I don't think any of the downsides matter except one. And I have a solution for that downside. Maybe there are more downsides. You guys can tell me about them. But there's a fake downside and a real downside. The fake downside is my character sucks, and so he's going to struggle against the monsters in the world my dungeon master is creating. And that's a fake downside. It's not a real downside. It's a perception problem. The monsters in the game are exactly as hard as they need to be for what the GM knows about the party. If the party's level 10, he sends level 10 enemies after him. If the party's level 2, he sends level 2 enemies after him. If the party has great stats, he sends slightly more powerful enemies after him. If the party has shit stats, he sends slightly weaker enemies against them. It's all an illusion. There is a man behind the curtain. Don't worry about it. The real downside potential is not player versus environment or player versus DM stuff. The DM will balance the game as it needs to be. The real downside is that the party might be imbalanced. That's the only type of balance that sort of needs to matter more, right? Is that Timmy is stronger than Tammy, you know? And Johnny's character has better stats than Jenny's, right? And you can solve that in the old-fashioned way, you know, by putting your thumb on the scale in some way as it pertains to, like, loot, or this thing or that thing, or campaign bonuses, or, you know, you can micromanage that if you want for the entire game until it doesn't matter anymore, right? If you wish. But the way I'm setting this example up makes you think that this isn't the way to do it. And you are right. Although you can, and that would work. My way is the collaborative storytelling casino All right, everybody gets to have fun. We're doing something. No, yeah, we're not fudging dice. Don't worry about it. What I was more talking about is like, okay, you know, Cindy is playing rogue and Giuseppe is playing a fighter, and Giuseppe rolled crazy stats and Cindy didn't. And so when people are finding loot, you give her, you know, the ring of +2 dexterity and now they're even, you know, something like that. Like during the game, the GM puts his thumb on the scales and fixes it in that way. That's what I was mentioning, but that's not my solution. I like a collaborative group storytelling casino experience. At the start of the game, everybody rolls their 46, drop the lowest at the table, you know, as a group. And then whoever rolls the best stat line, that is the stat line that everyone builds their characters from. And so the party is guaranteed balanced between each other because they're all pulling from the same 6 numbers. But you still got to keep the rolling casino randomness, feeling something Timmy stuff in there. And it's still random, it's not soulless point buy. That's a holdover from that awful Adventures League crap. And so that's my solution. That's what I do. Everybody rolls a 46, drop the lowest stat line around the table. And the best one, those are the 6 numbers that everybody builds their character from. And so you're already working as a team before the game even begins. Because what is an adventuring party but a team that works together and gets to root for each other and so on and so forth. Anyway, that's my solution and I'm sticking to it. The idea of automatically being a big hero is sort of the crux. D&D isn't a superhero game and shouldn't be treated as such. Yeah, pretty much, although some of the most fun I had in D&D was when the edition was very much a, like, Ninja Scroll anime game. Like, 3.75 was like a Ninja Scroll the anime game, you know? Where everyone's fucking nuts. And weird and often some kind of gross and super crunchy, you know? But I get it. I feel that's just a... Oh, we got a special man. Where is he? I see his health bar. Oh, he's a warrior. So he's trash. Look at him swing. Look at him swing slowly. Oh, the poor man. I tried to make it fair by not using any abilities except for auto attack. What did he have? His gear was garbage. Anyway, I feel like there's definitely a place for big fucking hero D&D. I just think it's one of those, like, what type of game are you trying to have? I recall the old stat line thing. I kind of like the stat line thing they used to do. Maybe they still do it, I'm not sure. if you're playing like peasant farmer to god kind of thing, then you go real old school with it. 3d6 straight down the line. You don't even choose where they get allocated. It's just straight down the line like the olden days. Although literally no one did that in the olden days, by the way. I was there. No one went straight down the line. Everyone... It was the most common house rule I've ever seen in my life. But that's what the book told you to do. Anyway, if you want to start out as peasants and earn your climb to the top, you can do it that way. Or you can go 3d6 but allocate. If you're like, we'll call that normal D&D. And if you want to be like heroes, like power heroes, you know, 46 drop the lowest. If that's the type of game you're playing. And if you want to be like a little superhero kind of anime D&D, then you can invent some even more overpowered thing, whatever, 5d6 drop the 2 lowest, I don't know, just come up with some bullshit, right? Then again, couldn't you just start at level 5? Isn't that similar? Hey, we want everybody to be like big fucking heroes. Okay, well then start at level 6. You know? And your backstory involves sort of an explanation of why you're so badass, right? I suppose it's two different ways of polishing the turd, right? Oh, I'm stunned. Alright. The rare stun lock. Doesn't happen a lot. But it happened that time. Now, where was I? Everyone you know starts at level 5 anyway. Oh, is that common? I didn't know that. I'm out of touch with the kids these days. I don't know how they do it. How do your groups handle mixed PC levels? Never do that ever. That's how I handle it. I see no reason to ever do that. It's like, how do you handle slamming your hand in the car door on purpose? Well, I simply don't slam my hand in the car door on purpose. I don't do that. I guess I would wonder why you would want to. You know, Dungeons and Dragons takes great pains. In fact, they contort their game into arguably a worse game in order to strenuously make sure that, like, a level 5 whatever is reasonably equivalent to a level 5 something else, you know? Why would you want to throw that away? Level 3 is another common one. I suppose so. Every class gets their, you know, at level 3, every class gets their, like, I'm this class ability, you know, typically. 2 is a big level, and then 3, you get your choice of, like, little tiny prestige class kind of thing they added. In 5th, at least. You most often hear starting at 3 for subclass feature, then you wonder why not have subclasses at 1. I think the option is fine. Just because everyone chooses an option doesn't necessarily mean you need to make it default. I think that's maybe like a game designer trap you can fall into. For instance, in Diablo 2, when you level up, you get 5 skill points that you can assign how you wish. There is simply, objectively, a correct way to allocate your stats every time you level up, depending on what your character is and what your plan is. And so in Diablo 3, when they were developing it, they're like, well, look, these choices are solved. Everyone just puts enough strength in to be able to wear the gear they're targeting, and then everything else in vitality. So it's not really a choice. So we just won't give people that choice. We'll just give them those stats when they level up, right? But I hated it. Even though there was an obviously right choice. You know, it is still meaningful to let the player make the right choice if they want. And I've made druid builds that put almost nothing in vitality and maxed out strength for fun. Because I was playing a meme build with Lifesteal Scythe as a Fury Druid, right? And it's actually quite good at late level, and you actually stack strength. Like, give me the option of doing that. And so this was a huge mistake they made. They're like, well, everyone does X, so we'll just auto do X instead of give them, like, force them to go through the motions of it. Not always true, not always correct. What else? You do the exact opposite. If you die, you start at level 1. Why? That's weird. Why wouldn't the party hire someone of that level, you know, for their next character? That's weird. To me. I mean, not everyone has to run games like I run games, right? I feel like your character dying is punishment enough. Like being level 1 in a level 11 party because you died. Great. Awesome. Then again, you're level 11 and surely you can resurrect the guy or do something, right? Yeah, I guess you would keep dying. Wait, infinite money glitch? The level 1 character has starting equipment and money. And so you continuously keep dying and then give your party your gold and then die and then create a new character, right? And you do this ad infinitum, infinite money. You think the resurrection costs more? Oh yeah, true. Well, so you keep doing it on your level 1 until you get enough money to resurrect. Obviously I'm being silly, but I've never seen this boss before. Oh no, wait, I have. That guy from the campaign. I didn't know he was a possible boss, but I suppose why not reuse him, right? Hey, get hammered. 1, 2. Valmitz could be good. That's a fine base. Regal Orb. World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade is releasing soon. It is 2006. Fight Illidan Stormrage in the Black Citadel. Fight way too much trash. Make up excuses to not go to Hyjal because it's boring as fuck and nothing good drops there. Armor life per enemy hit. No. 19. Could it be? Do I have an upgrade? I have to keep Leap Slam at the lowest possible level, otherwise I end up accidentally killing the weakest enemies instead of stun prepping everything. So we can't do that. These things, leveling them up doesn't matter and just makes them cost more life. Technically this one does a little bit. Bone Shatter's already maxed. Yeah, okay. I have no reason to do this. Waiting on 20s. I guess I should start corrupting 15s if it's this easy, right? What do you reckon is the best farm right now to make currency? You think rituals suck? That used to be your thing, but genuinely got giga nerfed? I don't know. I'm not in my farm currency stage. I'm in my like test out their end game things stage, I guess. Like right now I'm doing the find the little corrupted nests things, you know? And doing that quest all the way up. Which is definitely not worth doing if you're already at max maps like I am. I haven't even done my 4th Ascendancy. I've only done 3 of them. Because I just wanted to collect a bunch of... I wanted to collect a bunch of these and then just do them all in order until I get the 3 things for the last guy. Which I'll probably do later. As far as farm, I'm not sure. My plan was just to juice a tower and juice the maps. Sort of like a kill as many highest level creatures as possible. Non-stop, and that's probably just a good farm. Do you rock the hammer and the anvil skill? No, it seemed horrible. It seemed like comically horrible. You've seen the Quinn clip, right? Where he's using it when you shouldn't on purpose to accentuate how awful this thing is. I'm looking at it and I'm like, so you want me to root myself in place and sit there channeling some fucking spell in between combats? No. It's funny. I actually hope they don't fix it because it's so funny. I also saw that other guy who was on a Thorns build. And it's a Thorns build that like reflects... It like super reflects the damage you take in a certain amount of time. And so he uses against the anvil just so he can't dodge. As a meme to have bosses kill themselves when he's tempering the weapon. And it's a fine meme. But no, I wanted to do something different than everybody else with Smith of Catava. But the thing to do is so blatantly obvious that there's no decision to make. Like, you take Coal Stoker, you take Forged in Flame. You do this because your armor sucks, and you do this to equip 2 two-handers. And then if your gear is unbelievably godly, maybe you can switch out of this and do something else, right? When I do my 4th Ascendancy, I'm probably going to choose... 15% increased max life, because it's just the obvious one to take. And then, I don't know, 5 max fire resist, or life per second, or something like that. I know they said they were going to buff it. What, like every time he smiths the hammer, you get 3 hits instead of 1? It doesn't matter, bro. I'm not smithing the hammer. Unless it does so much damage that I have to play with an awful, disgusting, stupid mechanic that sucks. And I'm talking about you, Perfect Strike. The most unfun dog shit skill ever, but the damage is so high that people feel they have to use it anyway. Oh, a hidden unique map, huh? Well, it's on the way to this thing, so off we go. Is this Age of Sigmar? It could be. Your game design hot take is that games are fun and we should all play together. Oh, a single player hater, huh? Get him. I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles. Oh, chest. Sure, I'll click. I'll click. Fantasy the clever fighter and clumsy but strong troll is fulfilled. Yeah, I'll take a ruby ring. It's probably like all the way on the other side, right? Game design hot take. I think showing you where all the rares are immediately is the most phoned in decision you could make as a game designer for this problem that players have. Well, no, that's wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry. I just thought of an example. The worst decision is the decision that the Diablo team made. Because it's usually the case, sadly. And that is, well, instead of kill each rare, what if you only have to kill 90% of the rares? 5 IQ game design. Anyway, so that would be the worst. They didn't do the worst. I just don't think this one is the best. It's the most donut. It feels the best, but it's bad for you. It's the donut change. And I will happily use it and like it. Same with all quality of life upgrades because I'm a player. But I was hoping they would come up with some genius gigabrain design solution instead. Chocolate dip or honey dip? What's your favorite donut? Alright. I have an answer. And I'm thinking like, alright, in a vacuum, if you had to choose a donut, what's the donut you would have? I probably haven't had a donut since probably 2 presidencies ago. But my go-to donut of choice is the humble Long John. The Long Boy. I'm no fancy pants city slicker, you know. I like me a Long John. Boston creams are great, obviously, but even though I'm already choosing to eat a donut, they feel too decadent. It's almost embarrassing. Obviously, Boston creams are fucking delicious. But in all things, we make concessions, and the Long John gives me another 1% dignity. But only 1%. With custard or cream. Custard. If the inside is like the that foamy kind of, like that white foamy kind of sugary inside of a Twinkie style cream, disgusting. Actually disgusting. And cheap. Way cheaper. Cheaper and worse. It's like a, why would you even get a Boston cream and then be like, no, hold on. Instead of put delicious custard in there, put some fucking shit. Like, put some Twinkie ass shit for 99 cents in there. You're just hurting yourself and others. You are worth more than that. Don't sell yourself short. You're better, you know? You're worth it. You deserve more. Already unusable. But that's fine. I'll put it in here for recombobulating. Another Jin Barya. Barya? I hardly knew ya. You hate the sugar fluff cream? Yeah, I don't much care for it. The problem is a donut is higher quality. It's got a mix match of quality. That's really the problem with it. I've had a Twinkie once or twice in my life, and I found them unbelievably cheap and shitty, but satisfying in a certain respect because of the cheap fakeness, the hint of banana, but not real banana. Thrice-fold, cascading fakeness banana. You know, and it's got a charm to it. But if you put Twinkie cream inside a donut is higher quality than that. You got a mismatch. You are unbalanced. Your humors are lopsided. It's like going to a restaurant and being like, I want crab stuffed tacos or something. Like it's a mix match. Is a beignet a don? I don't know what a bagnet. What's a bay? B-E-I-G-N-E-T. What is that? Baynet? Bagunet? You're gonna have to help me out here, Alessandro. I don't know what that is. Oh, beignet? Like the wrestler who killed his wife? Oh wait, that's Benoit. Never mind. Sorry I blew up. A beignet. I don't know what a beignet is. Am I Googling it? Alright, I'll Google it. A beignet. Oh, it's the New Orleans thing. Yeah, I've had these. I went to the famous place that makes them when I went to New Orleans. It's commonly made from pâte à choux. It is a deep-fried pastry of French origin. As a deep-fried pastry, it's probably in the same meta category as a donut is in. Historically. Anyway, I've had them, and I had it with coffee, which I found to be a fine addition to the meal, and it was quite delicious. Would I call it a donut? No, because it already has a name, and it's very similar to a donut in any case, but different enough. Where is this gold? Oh, it's there. Okay. I'm in the Pirate Treasure secret map. It's like under the ground a little bit. There's like a pirate boss and you have to find buried treasure. It's kind of fun. Cool little map. Gives you a bunch of gold too. Not primed for stun, huh? You release all the spirits. Hear me out, alright? You don't like cake? It's fine. There's a lot of different type of cake, right? But I'm not, like, super impressed with cake generally. I would choose pie over cake, like, almost every time. In a vacuum. Your family bakes you a huge cookie instead of cake because you don't like it. Okay. Corn used to like cake? Yeah. True. Don't remind me. When will Corn get his true blessings back? I bake a lot of Christmas cookies. So I have an affinity for cookies. I'm not like trying to eat cookies all the time. But specifically Christmas, I'm making all kinds of cookies. It's fun. Chocolate chip, okay, the standard. I am stuck inside this pillar. Okay, good. One of the benefits of Warrior is you have a leap ability. So when you get randomly stuck inside of terrain, which does happen, it often lets you escape. Kind of nice. Affinity for cookies? Nah, I mean, I'm like not that much of a fan. I just like making them mostly. I like making them for people more than I like them, I think. Like, if someone asked me, hey, do you want a cookie? I'd be like, no thanks. Generally. Girl Scout cookies, I'll buy them, but mostly because I feel sorry for the little girl who has to do the pyramid scheme or whatever it is. But yeah, I'm not like eating cookies a lot. I like making them. It's to help the Girl Scouts, not to eat them. Yeah, I actually just throw them away. Oh, hey, I'll have some of those, the coconut one, I guess, that used to be better. And the new lemon ones, which are way worse than the old lemon ones. And I just fucking throw them away. Right there. Tagalongs? Oh, I don't know the name. I don't know the name of any of them. I'm bad with names anyway. Okay, so here's where the secret treasure is buried. Not very secret, if you ask me. With the green swirly whirlies. Gold here. Alright, boss time. Hoover this up, get the shop vac out. Clean up the area. This guy's sick. This is a squiggly pirate guy. That's fun. Oh, dude. And he's stunned. And he's dead. Anyway, a good game. He's giving me a rotten satchel charge. We gotta locate the buried treasure. Look at these mechanics. A secret quest. Could it be the swirly? Right? Thar. Boom. Yo, the gold? How much gold is this? I have 1.57 mil. Now I have 1.88. So 300,000 gold just picked up. Hey, alright. Not bad. I like the pirate map. Shit's good. Big gold enjoyer. Oh yeah, there's no actual loot. It's just hundreds of thousands of gold. Got it. Sharkbait first time chatter. What's going on? I'm crawling my way towards Frozen Falls because I learned these things exist. Oh wait, there's a boss in here. Let's use the big one. Wait, maybe I don't. Because I want to use the big one on the tower. Yeah, fuck it, we'll use the big one. We'll use the one with so many modifiers that even look at them might die. You're just doing new with the game? I'm kind of. I'm not like streamer good. I'm just grinding my little warrior guy. Oh yeah, it's corrupted, so the guys come out. Yeah, got it. Sure. Oh, cool. Hermit crab, huh? How can you tell what the affixes are on the map you're in? Is there a way to check that? Because I just noticed that it had a lot of stuff, but I didn't even look at it. And I wonder if it's something I need to play around. Well, it'll make it exciting, I guess. Alright. Is that place clear? Nope. The guy. Melee looks kind of bad. Well, it's an ARPG, so melee is bad. But fun. I don't know. There's a type of ARPG player who is like the melee guy. And he plays melee guy and everything. Even if it's bad. Sometimes kind of, especially if it's bad. And just enjoys himself anyway. People like... And they can also like be really good still. I don't know, like Karn and Alkaiser and stuff. That if melee is just dog, like they'll still be great. And they just prefer that kind of playstyle. I'm not saying that's me. Because I'm not that good. But I generally kind of like it. One thing melee is good at is AoE. Although, I don't know what anyone else is doing in this game. I don't know a lot about the other classes. Maybe everyone is killing the whole screen. I'm not sure. They probably are, because killing the whole screen is sort of like the purpose of ARPGs, really. So I'm sure they're doing it somehow. You don't think there is one all-powerful class? That's good, right? I mean, that's sort of like that's what they were trying to do with their balance. They accidentally apparently made everyone suck too much early game, but the whole point of what they were doing was to have nobody be crazy overpowered in the high levels. So if that's true, then, you know, mission accomplished. I can start buffing stuff. Or not buffing stuff necessarily, but making the shit that sucks or isn't fun good. It's Witch. Oh, is Witch super good? Okay, so boss arena, we'll do that last. Can I jump up here? I can. He teleported out of the way. Nothing personnel, kid? Jesus. Smarter than the... What are those called? The Exiles? The NPC Exiles? You're just biased because you love blood magic as a mechanic? I like blood magic as a mechanic as well. I'll have you know I am a blood magic enjoyer. For instance... I'm using blood magic. Because fuck having mana. I don't want to ever miss. I don't want to ever run out of mana. I want to dual wield 2 sledgehammers. Leave me alone, you know. So I appreciate it. I heard that, wait. I heard that Blood Mage super sucked. I wonder if it's good now. Right, got another one of those. Glacial rune, little thing in the smalls. Strength. Other strength. And we'll put that in the towers. Hey, alright. Rough Greaves. I don't know why they put that in the game. Oh, there's no level requirement. Okay, so it's for like twinks then. To at least be wearing a boot of some sort. Wait, but it had no movement speed. Why'd they put that in the game? I forgot to charge it up. Riddle me this. Why would you create a unique boot that does not have movement speed on it? Like I get like a normal boot that happens to not have movement speed on it because it's a stat that you're trying to find, you know, you're whatever. But you're making a unique, And uniques are made on purpose, right? Why would you ever do that? It's almost like making a unique boot that doesn't have move speed is sort of like being an Age of Sigmar rules writer and making every artifact except one in your battle tome. Like you're making nothing for no reason. Like you're wasting your own time and everyone else's and also ink. Like, why would you do that? I was looking at that item too long. Hi chat, anyone know how much a level 20 uncut skill gem is worth? I don't. I'm technically in a trade league, but I'm not like a big trader guy. I don't do a lot of trading, and I don't have my finger on the pulse of the value, I guess. That was a lot of damage. So was that. Oh, I was lazy. I could have moved, but I didn't. Did he just drop an entire anchor on you? Yes, he did. I was not ready for it, but that's really my own fault. Oh wait, I still have an attempt at the map? Yeah, it's over. Man, I should have played that better. I was really close to the end of that one. I forgot what it's like. Their change where they let you re-enter the same map over and over has made me lazy and sluggish. It has trained me to be worse. As opposed to Season 1, where if you died once, the map was lost no matter what. Which I think that was better. In the long run. Maybe another donut rule. Temporal chains? Nope. Not even once. I will not move slow. Not now, not ever. Elon's maps. What else we got? Is enfeeble slow? Alright, bunch of damage, bunch of stun, bunch of random other stuff. Alright. What build am I playing? Last Epoch? No, I'm not. I actually don't know anything about Last Epoch. I don't know anything about it. Is it good? Oh, and that was the special one too. Shit, I really screwed myself by being bad there. I regret my choices. Oh, yeah, alright, now I have to find another one. Oh, might as well show this place, huh? You like Last Epoch a lot? I've heard its name. I know it's an ARPG, I think. That's it. I've never even seen a picture of it or a screen of it. I really don't know anything. I suppose it'd be hard to tell me in chat format like anything about it in a meaningful way. But I see. This is the map where everything has 99% stun resist, and I'm the stun build. And the game crashed? No? Okay, just had the... Alright. Well, this isn't my best showing or moment. You kind of preferred it to Diablo 4 and PoE 1. Okay. It hit the complexity sweet spot for you overall when you were unwinding. Okay. You preferred paying your taxes to D4? I had a lot of problems with D4. But so did everybody I've talked to ever. But it sold really well. Well, I guess I'll hit resume game and take this death. Oh wait, it actually stunned some of them. Now I can maybe win. Sometimes visually they don't have the stun thing above their head, but they're still stunnable. Perhaps it was that. Maybe I didn't need to run from them quite as much. Yes, that's the problem. Okay. There were actually too many monsters. And if there's too many monsters, it doesn't show them sometimes as having the stun thing above their head. So I ran for no reason. Oh, except those guys. Those guys are not okay. So a little of column A, a little column B. How are you still alive? All right. I'm going to be honest, I do not understand that mechanic. I know I get breaches, I understand that. I know the expeditions, I got that down. I know that shit. I understand those. I even killed the specials expedition main boss guy. He was fun. But the delirium, I don't understand when it appears or disappears. Are you just supposed to like randomly find those delirium monsters by kind of just running around and hoping you luck into them? Are they always, is the like wind blowing a certain direction and that like leads you to the next one? I'm not exactly sure. And then it's like counting in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. It kind of has like a delirium counter. It goes up to, I don't know, 5 or 10 or something like that, and then it gives you more, but I'm not sure how to keep the mist going. Sometimes the mist lasts a long time, and sometimes it doesn't. I'm not exactly sure why. I should look it up, but I just haven't done any delirium stuff, really. I've done a lot of the other two, but not delirium. There's, I guess, no reason to be going that direction now that this guy's here and this guy's here. Oh wait, they put checkpoints in here. Let me go here. Oh cool, the League mechanic where you follow the fairy. What do you got for me? What sort of adventures will we be going on? Did you find a unique or a special guy? You did. No boss on this map, right? Okay, yeah. Alright, that map got kind of concerning. But it did have 1,000,000 modifiers, so fair enough. Physical damage accuracy split. Could definitely recombob that one. The recombob piles increase. And for 19 towers. Hey, right. I just noticed I've been streaming for 4 hours and 35 minutes. I went 35 minutes over. You guys didn't even tell me. I'm just chilling, I guess. Let's do one expedition, shall we? And then we'll call it quits. I really like expeditions. It's like a whole bunch of hoops to jump through, but I think all of it's fun. Setting the bombs and building your own packs of stuff. I think all that shit's fun. It's like super time consuming, so probably the blasters might not think it's good. I'm not sure what they think, but usually the faster you can do stuff, the better. But I like this. I think this is my favorite endgame mechanic. Because it has stuff. Explosive placement range, artifacts, and a bunch of chests versus less explosive placement range, but more remnants and number of runic monsters. I think I want more monsters. There's probably just a best thing to be doing, but I want more monsters. More monsters, more XP, more loot, right? I gotta get to 90. That's the goal. 100% monster and experience. Well, that's a way to do it. Do we have the skull on this map? No, there's no skull for the main boss guy. I think it needs to be 80 for that, and this is exactly 79. Is Necro any good in EverQuest? Are you talking P99 or modern? The answer to both questions is yes. It is known as mostly a solo class, and that is true in P99. In a group, so the way that necromancers work is obviously there's damage over time, and you're working on long-term efficiency. You're losing your own life to get your mana back, to put really long dots that are technically very mana efficient on enemies to slowly kill them, so that you never really have to stop, right? And when it comes to a group, it's like leveling up a warlock in classic WoW, where you're just kind of pulling a bunch of guys at the same time and efficiently but slowly killing all of them so that you never have to stop to drink is a way I would describe it. But in a group situation, the things aren't alive long enough for the damage over times to matter too much. And so you're not doing a lot. You can kind of resurrect people, but it's really expensive. Let's get the Horde. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go this way and just see where fate takes me. I want to get the 100% XP and the 200% XP. So we'll start right here. And then we'll double back. Not far enough, so we'll go here. Hits break armor equal to 1,000% of the physical damage dealt. Alright, let's do it. I'll blow that stuff up. Monsters do double cold damage. I'm gonna get blown up. I'm gonna get destroyed here. Hey, alright. Runic monsters apply curses. Get some monster areas. Monsters are immune to chaos damage. Yeah, who gives a shit? Monsters are immune to physical damage. Who gives a shit? Monsters are immune to lightning damage. Who cares? I can't add monster damage anymore. It's too much. We've gone too far. Now I just want a bunch of monsters. Can I get all three? I can. Cool. Oh, I've gone in a disgusting circle. I should have planned this out. Where am I going? Here? Alright, we'll see how that is. I chose a lot of... I chose probably more damage nodes than I should have. But maybe it's fine. Oh no, I thought he would just die. But he didn't. I have 2 more chances, right? Yeah. Okay, 1 shot and 1 more try. Oh dear. Perhaps I chose too many damage nodes. Let's start picking stuff up. I'm not saying I'm gonna lose, but I died real fast. So let's just pick up these boxes here. Why didn't it completely one-shot me that time? Oh. What does it have? Just nothing? Okay, I thought it would be cool. Some luxurious slippers, not bad. Oh dear. Yeah. I suspected as much. Okay, well, an unsuccessful excavation humongously. Anyway, unfortunate end to the stream, but such is my hubris. Anyway, chat, thanks for watching. I'll let you guys go. Monday, Age of Sigmar stream. Soulblight Guava Lords. I'm finally going to look at it. I swear, maybe. Supposedly it's a good book. And I would like to look over it. Please enjoy your weekends. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. As for me, I got an ice pick soup frozen in my freezer in the shape of the inside of my freezer with my name on it. Anyway, see you later.